Ms. Elger, are there any speakers wishing to address the board?
No, there are not.
Do this. Seeing as there are none, I'm calling it to close at 5:01.
Waiting for Jerome to remove the sign and then.
Yeah, feel free.
Go ahead. Calling us back to order at 6:18. And we will start with our flag salute. Pledge of allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have nothing to report from closed session. Item number 7, approval of the agenda and consent agenda.
There has been no changes to the agenda or consent agenda today.
A motion to approve consent agenda.
I move that we approve the agenda and consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Dang. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Speak now. Seeing as there are none, the agenda is approved. Item number 8, the board appreciates and supports stakeholders' input at our meetings. Engagement by members of the public in civic matters is a cornerstone of our democracy. The board has established guidelines for its meetings so that we are able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. Within those guidelines, members of the public have the opportunity to address the board. To submit a question or comment, speakers are asked to complete the speaker card by the start of open session at 6:15. If you've not already done so, you may see Ms. Ellinger for a speaker card at this time. During the meeting, speakers will be called upon to make their comment. If you're addressing the board on an agenda item, we'll call on you to provide your comment before the board discusses that item on the agenda. If you're addressing the board on a non-agenda item, we'll take those comments at this time. Please be aware that the provisions of the Brown Act prohibit the board from acting on or discussing non-agenda item matters at this meeting. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. We'll have a timer. If I do have to stop you or cut you off, know that I still respect and love you, but looking forward. Ms. Ellinger, are there any speakers wishing to address the board?
Yes, President Bruno, we have 2. First, we have Barbara Asher DeGrande with the president report from BRSFA, and then Lisa Fahey with the vice president report.
Good evening. We're back this month with some glows and grows. We have a lot of exciting glows happening this month, and we want to share some of the grows for the way, we had a lot of exciting glows happening this month. I want to share some of our grows and glows. So here are our glows. Lisa and I were able to meet with President Trustee Jackie Bruno, and that was a really nice conversation where the union strives to collaborate with the district and the board. So that was really great. And at Nesbitt, the 3rd graders had their Wax Museum. This is a nonfiction unit where students become a person and present on the person they studied. Wax Museum performers included Helen Keller, John Muir, Simone Biles, Bruce Lee, to name a few. The students did an amazing job, and this is always a highlight in the 3rd grade curriculum. Nesbitt also had their talent show. And as always, the students and the teachers rocked. Another great glow relating to the political concerns in our community is facing is some teachers at Nesbitt are reaching out to the community to see how they can help. These are scary times for many, and our teachers are taking action. This is still a work in progress.
Another glow that we have has been music's been a great addition for our students this year, especially with the younger grades. So thank you to School Force and Prop 28 has been able to bring music to all classrooms at the elementary age. So teachers from TK to third are thrilled to have Christian music. Mr. Matthew and Mr. Wong are outstanding teachers, and students are fully engaged and excited. They're building on a variety of new skills to have fun with some music. To go with that, we also have some of our grows. So while the younger grade music program is thriving, our upper grade music, our 4-5, does have room to grow. Currently, 4th and 5th grade teachers have the option of participating in strings, bands, or choir music twice a week for 45 minutes. A valuable opportunity to explore music. However, is this the most effective model for upper grade music program at elementary schools? With 4 teachers rotating across 6 elementary schools, the current schedule requires them to travel on certain days to 3 separate sites. Frequent setup and teardowns can impact both instruction and travel time for them. As we plan for next year, we see an opportunity to revisit the schedule and explore new ways to enhance this program, ensuring the best experience for both our students and our teachers. Our second grow is our counselors at each site. They have been an exceptional addition to each site, and we've heard from a few of them at the school spotlight presentations at these board meetings. Our counselors rock, they're amazing, but they also need support to do their jobs. Our counselors teach lessons, help with conflict, supervise at recess, and meet with students. They do great work, and our counselors need that prep time and to have their jobs clearly defined at each site.
Lastly, we'd like to follow up on the public comment from last month pertaining to the Learning Center teacher at Central. It was expressed by the district that a full-time hire is often posted as it's hard to find and hire special ed teachers. I'm concerned moving forward. Central's Learning Center teacher will be part-time, and this will impact the students and the teachers at Central Elementary School. This is not an ideal position when you have to split between 2 sites, and the district may risk losing teachers in this position. This school has not had a consistent Learning Center teacher for many years. The Learning Center, this school has not had a consistent Learning Center for many years. In this position, the Learning Center will be closed when the teacher is not there, as a pair is required to have a credentialed teacher in the classroom. A split position just doesn't work, and we found that out in times before. I plan to follow up with Jenny and Dan on this. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers.
Thank you. Item number 9, our Board of Trustees report. Here to kick us off.
Well, I can volunteer to go first because I have nothing to report.
Bar is set.
Yeah, very low.
Trustee Tang.
Yeah, so I had the opportunity today actually,
Okay.
to go on the 7th grade field trip to the Marine Mammal Center, with the Marine Mammal Center with the Ralston 7th grade class in San Francisco. And they were, doing some hands-on learning about marine mammals and wildlife. And some of those activities included completing a scavenger hunt at the aquarium by the bay around Pier 39 to enhance their understanding of marine ecosystems. They also observed and sketched some dabbled illustrations of sea lions and seagulls and humpback whales. I don't know, lots of and to study their behaviors and physical characteristics. And they also took a really fun little boat cruise around the bay where the students were spotting porpoises and harbor seals and really reinforcing those lessons on marine mammal habitats. And what was really great, or one thing that I heard that was really great about the experience is right now, I guess a lot of the middle school students are under a lot of pressure with tests and exams. And they were saying that, oh my gosh, this is like the best field trip ever in the entire world. And so just seeing that release for those students has been very gratifying. One other thing, I was also on campus volunteering at Sandpiper, and they had a fire drill. And it was a really great chance. I've never seen their fire drills. I've been in this school district for so many years, never seen a fire drill. But it was just so exceptionally orderly, and well organized with all the students and staff demonstrating their efficiency and how prepared these little first graders walking. They were in the middle of a clay thing and they're like walking like this so they didn't get clay all over themselves over to the field the entire time, just like this. And the whole thing took like 15 minutes. It was amazing. And it was just really, it was really great to see the school's commitment to safety procedures like in action, right? And so overall, it was very valuable, and just seeing the educational enrichment in the class in action and the district's dedication to student safety. So, thank you.
Thank you.
One thing that I've been able to do this week is the California School Board Association organized a series of Zoom sessions with our state legislators. So I was very happy to be able to participate in that. So just based on schedules, different people were available. Today we met with a staff member from, excuse me, Assemblymember Pappin's office. She is our assembly member for most of the area. And then also because, right, we are a region, of course, and you know what the assembly decides affects us all. So even though they're assembly members for San Francisco and northern San Mateo County, I also was able to meet with a group of people over Zoom with Assemblymember Haney and Assemblymember Stefani, who, as I said, they're assembly members for San Francisco and northern San Mateo County. So definitely we were advocating on behalf of all school districts to make sure that the state continues to fund the schools at the level that the state has committed to. So that was great, and that's I was gonna say that's all, but want to make a plug for the school force gala next Saturday night, casino night, and yeah, thank you.
So very apropos that we're getting a presentation by the Nesbitt teachers and staff. So my thing, I'm gonna put my little Puma hat on and say for my report that Thursday, February 27th, I was privileged to attend with Assistant Superintendent Hu and Superintendent DeGuara, the Nesbitt IB verification meeting. It's been a long process to get accreditation or certification. And it really is to the resilience of the middle school staff that started this off with their extra initiative to really kind of go fast and spearhead this. And then also just the Nesbitt leadership, teachers and staff, Casta Wood as the coordinator, to really kind of see this through. And it was incredible. It was great to be part of the discussion. I will keep my lip. I'm sure it went well the rest of the day, but it was great to meet with the regional or the heads and see this kind of into the final stretch. So kudos to everybody for an outstanding job for, you know, throughout the process. The other part I will say, echoing thanks for outdoor education. Nesbitt just came back. My son is a 5th grader, so he just came back from outdoor ed and had an amazing time. It was his first overnight, which I think maybe is shared by a lot of the current 5th graders, and he was really making sure that that was going to be his first overnight experience in a welcoming and warm environment. So I want to thank the 5th grade teachers, the outdoor education staff, the amazing curriculum. I will say that I've heard from other past teachers or past parents that they're like, well, what did your kid actually do? And they're like, he told me what stays in outdoor ed, what happens in outdoor ed. I'm like kind of like the Vegas of but my son actually did share some things, but I was sworn to secrets. Hey, what happens at I got it. I'm not revealing secrets. He was a little more forthcoming, which is amazing. So again, kudos for this amazing program. I definitely would love to visit the site, and I think it might be a good trustee field trip.
Overnight.
So thank you for everybody, and great job all around.
Thank you. What next? I've mostly just kind of celebrations, recognitions, appreciations. Spring is coming, yay, daylight, things like that. I normally won't plug my own thing. A friend of mine got gifted one of those like flight tours. Just like the two of us sat in a Cessna. We live in a really beautiful community.
Yeah.
Like from above looking down, it's wild, like with the water and everything. So just anyway, I mean, appreciation of spring and all of that. The RSD looks phenomenal from above. It really does. You should all, if you get a chance to do it. Lots of just kind of celebrations going on that I've been aware of, but Neurodiversity Awareness Week is kind of happening everywhere. I learned some terms today that just bring me joy. I'm going to share with you all. Neurospicy. I'm a fan. Neurozesty and then Neurobland. I wouldn't recommend using that one, but I like the words. Also, people who are just kind of engaging in Ramadan and Lent, which is just high respect for what those practices are. I'm going to just rattle off a few just to say them and get them out. Purim, Nowruz, and Holi. Those are all kind of coming up. So again, just I feel like there's a lot of celebration in general, and appreciation for just teachers in general. Parent-teacher conferences, at least in my world, are happening. And I had mine before school this week, which just feels like a wild violation of teachers' time, but they were willing to give it to me. And I appreciate the fact that they are kind of making this fit. And I recognize they even go forward in time to do it, as well as giving up their afternoons. I know that's probably a lot, and I'm sure I know unequivocally that it's heavily appreciated. So I just wanted to say that into this space. So thanks for all you do. Next on the
I'll
agenda.
take it away. Just a couple of things I'll mention. I just really quick, I'll piggyback on what April was sharing about advocacy. I just want to thank you, April, for taking that opportunity to advocate. CSBA does provide opportunities for trustees to advocate both at the local and the national level. Coming up in a few weeks is the coast to coast advocacy trip that CSBA facilitates to Washington, DC, to speak with legislatures and advocate on behalf of all public students up and down the state. April was interested, Trustee Northrup was interested in attending, and through her personal contribution towards the trip and some funds that we're able to support via the district, Trustee Northrup will be representing the students of California at that trip coming up. So thank you for doing that. The other thanks that I want to just recognize today, and really important, tomorrow is I Heart School Force Day. We are incredibly fortunate as a community to have the support of School Force and an amazing community that supports School Force. That doesn't happen in every district, in every community, and we are all extremely grateful for that. Tomorrow is I Heart School Force Day, and we truly love School Force and everything they do to enrich the education of our kiddos and support our staff. So thank you to School Force. I'll leave it at that today.
Before we move to the next thing, I hate that I forgot to say this specifically, just in the room that we're in. It's Women's History Month. Women, you're amazing. I'm about to hear from some. That's it. I'm sorry I didn't add it to my list. Unpack that, and I apologize. Item number 11, school highlight. That's it. We're up.
Okay, usually I have you play Vanna for me. She told me that the trick is to turn it on. Let's just do a test. There we go. Look at that. Hi, I'm Ryan Hansen. I am the proud principal of Nesbitt School. Tonight I have with me Christina Spicker, and we love any kind of moment where we get to brag about our school. And there's lots of amazing things for us to share with you about Nesbitt. I also am very self-aware that I'm a talker, so I have prepared some notes. So if I'm looking down, it's because I can get on a tangent, and I want to make sure that I'm really highlighting some very important things for you tonight. So first, What's important for you to know is our approach for how we kind of implement the BRSSD strategic plan and the profile of a learner here at Nesbit. So Nesbit is a very diverse school with just under 600 students. We are 26.7% students that identify as socioeconomically disadvantaged and 25.5% English language learner. Our Youth Truth data, time and time again, highlights Nesbit School as being a school that has a rich culture for belonging and inclusion. But that does not take away from our laser focus on academics. And we hope that you see that in tonight's presentation. I may need you. There we go. See? So at Nesbit School, our teachers are carpenters. They are crafting meaningful learning experiences for our students. They do all of the important things. They're aligning to the power standards. They're focusing on outcomes. They're testing data. They're making sure that they are adopting strategies that meet the needs of our students, and they're constantly moving and changing because so are our students. Nesbit teachers are also gardeners. So our teachers know that the environment is the most important condition for any learning to happen. So they are sparking curiosity, resilience, and a sense of belonging. They recognize that growth happens when you recognize how students feel, when you are valuing their identities and their stories. And every single student and every single family has a place at our school. So for us, those pieces of the strategic plan and the learner profile go hand in hand. You can't have think without belonging and inclusion. You may ask, how do you get that done? Well, Christina's going to share with you a little bit of our approach in that area this school year.
Thanks, Ryan.
I'll keep this.
Yes, please be down for me. Wait, where are my glasses? I don't get them. I tell the kids that all the time. I need my glasses. All right, so our focus at Nesbit, like Ryan mentioned, is definitely both on the heart and the mind of all of our students. Our core values really address the heart. They are to be respectful, responsible, safe, and inclusive. And we say all the time that these are what keep the heart of our school healthy. This year, we also wanted to address the mind. And so to address that, our staff took a nod from the Institute for Habits of Mind and developed Nesbit's Habits of Mind to guide students in how to think and learn effectively. There are 16 habits of mind in total, and we're starting with just 4 baby steps. Our PBIS leadership team led the staff in identifying which 4 we would focus on this year. And you can see the 4 that staff chose: thinking flexibly, persisting, listening with understanding and empathy, and managing impulsivity. And so the team then worked and gathered and provided resources to teachers that are aligned with each one of those habits of mind. They offered things like games to play with their students or community circle questions to really spark meaningful conversations within the classrooms and have good discussions and dialogue, and also provided different books that were grade level appropriate to talk about and teach those habits of mind. We plan to continue to implement and connect these habits to everything that we do at Nesbit. We will continue to think flexibly, persist, listen with empathy and understanding, and manage impulsivity so that nothing gets in the way of our learning.
Thanks, Christina. Something else that we'd like to share is that thinking about that think element, Nesbit has adopted a solutionary teaching and learning framework. This approach for us empowers our students to be real problem solvers. Our Youth Truth data was really telling this year. Our students told us that they were not feeling connected to the assignments that they were doing in the classroom, and they weren't sure what pride meant and that what they had to say and what they were doing mattered. So we adopted a solutionary teaching and learning framework to address those things. And this approach allows students to then really apply their literacy skills to come up with solutions that would benefit their community. And we've done some really amazing things. Over the past 2 years, we've partnered with a coach, if you will, like a staff developer from the California Environmental Literacy Initiative. And that coach has really helped us implement projects that matter. Every single teacher at Nesbit School, kindergarten through 8th grade, has reinvented one of their literacy units to take on a solutionary approach. They're making sure that students have the ability to showcase their work, that they're testing and investigating real issues in the community, and that what they're learning in the classroom then really gets shared with our neighbors and our families. To back this up, I gave every single grade level team $3,000. This would help them put their project to action, follow through with any instructional materials they may need, but the most important thing, get our kids out there researching. So go on another field trip, have an expert come, get guest speakers to come to your classroom, whatever you would need to make those projects come to life. And more than often, we saw that in our upper grade classes, teachers actually told students, hey, what do you want to do with that $3,000? And it's amazing what they came up with. So if you see here, this is a list of our projects from kindergarten through 8th grade. And so we're going to highlight just one tonight. I have a teacher highlight. Katie Marsh from our 4th grade is going to share the 4th grade project, Wasted Resources, Transforming Waste into Solution. Give it up for Katie.
Hi, good evening. My name is Katie Marsh, and I have been a proud Puma teacher at Nesbitt for the last 13 years. I've taught a range of grades over the years and been involved in leadership as well as co-directing our musical with Kelly every year. I am so thankful that I get to collaborate with such amazing educators every single day. My initial reaction to being exposed to solutionary work was that I was quickly inspired by the ideas that kids making a difference at our school, in our community, and in the world. I believe that learning about environmental principles through reading and writing feels more authentic and a fun way to learn about reading and writing skills in informational topics. My 4th grade team planned out our solutionary units differently both years we incorporated this kind of work. Last year, we were inspired by our professional development we received through our educational consultant named Cheney, and decided to use teaching points from our units of study to have a focus on making the world a better place and in our environment. Students picked topics such as pollution, composting, recycling, food waste, etc., based on their own interests. It really gave them the power to learn, teach, and create action plans to make a difference. This school year, our 4th grade team focused specifically on environmental waste. Each teacher encouraged their students to engage in environmental waste of their choice and even explored ideas of reusing waste to create something cool and new. We collaborated with our lessons and even celebrated together by having an environmental fair. And Reese actually got the kids to come to our class. I think the most exciting part, excuse me, of our solutionary projects was watching my students take a topic that is important to them and really create, educate, and make a difference at Nesbitt. Students feel empowered and important and felt like their work really does matter. To see kids' faces when they set up food pickups with the Samaritan House or composting teams that work hard every single day at lunch makes me feel like an extremely proud teacher. The best part this year for me was watching my students with little to no English become confident in their ability to teach their topic in their own native language. It shows that this work can be powerful for all learners. This project made me realize that young children can and do have the ability and the power to change their environment. It taught students to collaborate and use real life and technical skills to produce such advanced ideas and projects. Solutionary work taught them that learning and teaching can be fun and engaging and not feel like real schoolwork. Seeing their faces light up during their environmental fair while informing other students and adults what problems they see and the solutions that need to be produced is priceless. I am so proud of our 4th graders and all the work that our Pumas do as solutionaries. Thank you.
So the solutionary work that Nesbitt is taking on was really inspired by our International Baccalaureate Middle Years program in grades 6 through 8. And just to remind you as to why we adopted this model, really, it's the natural links to the learner profile and the strategic plan. The most important part that I have seen in adopting an IB is this focus and empowerment of the people within the system. And one important person that I'd like you to meet is our middle school science specialist and our IB coordinator, Castaway.
Thank you. So good evening. Tonight I want to take you on a very brief update on our journey of our IB program. Where we started, where we are now, and what we have to work towards too. So after submitting our IB application, we attended our very first leadership training in October of 2022. So not too long ago. That's when I was asked to take on the role of IB coordinator to guide us in a process to get through what we call validation. So that's our final stamp from the World IB Schools. But I couldn't do it without an amazing team of teachers who've made this incredible journey of progress from moving from a candidate school to almost validated. And when I say almost, we have been waiting for that email today. Like it's been 2 weeks since our visit, so it could be tomorrow morning. So we wish we were celebrating tonight. In record time, our team has attended 27 trainings, prepared 25 subject grouped overviews. That's a year at a glance for every content for every grade level. Written 82 so far detailed unit plans, which outline day by day all of the IB objectives. It's a lesson plan and basically a page for every day of their unit, of their year, of their content area. And we have teachers that teach 5 different contents. Those unit plans take us, me included, anywhere from 5 to 10 hours to write and plan. Times 82, and we are not done. We are 52% the way there. We've hosted 2 on-site IB visits, preliminary and our recent official validation visit 2 weeks ago. We have fully implemented our program this year from day 1. And we actively have been promoting our IB program in our community. We have held, we have created a very detailed link on our Nesbitt website for our IB program. We have created IB flyers to pass out at 5th grade conferences. We have gone and we called it our road show. We've gone to our feeder schools and presented our IB program to the incoming 5th graders. We have hosted shadowing programs, both internally and with our feeder school 5th graders. But beyond our curriculum, we've had to rewrite our Nesbitt middle school report cards. It was a big process. So we implemented the IB objectives into a traditional, weaved those into a very traditional report card. It is 10 pages long. And that's also takes the teachers that long to fill out. We have ensured that students are receiving 50 hours of art. It's a core content class, 50 hours of design, and ensured that they are receiving 3 years of Spanish language acquisition. So it's a core class, not an elective. All students take 3 years. But what truly makes our program special is our students who are on their IB journey and who make their learning public. And tonight we have some highlight pictures we've been sharing. Our 8th graders have led and worked on their IB community project. So this is like a mini, I'd say a mini content area where it goes far beyond just providing service hours, which we have had in the past. We have students who run youth basketball camps after school. We have students who have launched tutoring programs, raising money for the homeless, just to name a few of our projects. Our 6th graders, through their solutionary work, as Katie was mentioning about the 4th grade solutionary work, the 6th graders created flood preparedness kits for our community. They also designed, built, and implemented a rainwater catchment system for our new garden on campus. Our 7th graders did a Shark Tank pitch to be able to spend their money, but collectively voted on how they wanted to serve their community. Our IB students are also entering and excelling in art, poetry, and our STEM fair projects. Competitions proudly representing our school. The work our students are doing is amazing, and we are very proud of them. Tonight, as I mentioned, we are eagerly awaiting our validation final stamp. Comes in a report letter, and literally are waiting for it tonight. So we wish we could, celebrate that milestone with you tonight, but it is a matter of time, and we will share that news. I want to publicly recognize the dedication, collaboration, and relentless effort of my amazing middle school team, whose hard work has made our IB journey a huge success. Tonight, we also brought our friend, our 7th grade student, Theo Carabalis. He will be sharing his IB experiences within our IB program from a student perspective. So can we cheer him on?
Hello, once again, my name is Theo and I'm representing the middle school. So, skip the slide. Being an IB student in Nesbitt really gives me an opportunity to be creative and design my own things. Like, for example, the Solutionary project where we did the Shark Tank pitch on plastic pollution. My group came up with an idea to create a plastic drive where we collected plastic at our school. Another group decided to make a vending machine where you put in a plastic bottle and you got money out of it, like a reverse vending machine. Not only that, but it gives you the chance to talk about different cultures. For example, Spanish class, not only are we learning the language, but we are studying the actual culture with cooking classes, and we have a workbook that shows us what the other part of the world really looks like other than just the US. A fun project we did was in science class, we made a marble roller coaster out of paper. It was like a week-long project, and it gave us the chance to experiment with different ideas and figure out and problem solve on how to figure out if, oh, if that didn't work, the marble fell out, how can we fix that? Add a thing there, take out a thing there. So it gave us a chance to problem solve. What makes Nesbitt School special is, number one, it's an IB school, but it's also diverse and safe. So I just moved here from New York, so very new student. And the second day that I came, a kid came up to me and say, "Hey, do you want to play Foursquare with me?" Being the new kid, I obviously said yes. And now I play Foursquare every day. It's a fun thing. More people started joining, and now at lunch, we have some elementary schools playing as well. So it gives you the chance to be inclusive and really. This next slide. So this is a picture of the IB validation that we've been waiting for. We had the student panel, which I was a part of. So what makes this special is that I got to listen to what other students had to say, and it made me realize how many great students we have and what it means to be an IB school. And not only that, but we got the chance to share what we thought with other adults, AKA the IB people. So it gives you a chance, it really gives you a chance to listen and learn about what it is to be an IB school. Ms. Hansen, she was also there, so she took down some quotes of what people had to say. These are all great, so I'm gonna be taking 3. I'm not sure if any of these are mine, but. Anyway, so the first one says that it's the 4th one. There's a lot of choice. We can show that we are learning in a lot of different ways. Teachers want us to prove what we know and to apply it. This means that we are given the opportunity to do our own thing while still following the curriculum. They give us different options on what to do, and then we have to implement those in different ways. Another one that I picked was the second to last one. Teachers make rubrics with us. Effort is important. Local grades count, but who we are matters. We have to learn from mistakes. So the first part, teachers give us rubrics. It's not just rubrics. They give us a lot of materials to help us succeed. They all really want us to succeed and do our best so we could get into a better high school, college, and then get a better career. And then like before, we don't only have the A through F grades, but we have the IB grades. So so now when you're at school, it's not just, oh, I did good on this exam, I did great. It's, you have to be a good person too. It's not just about academics. And the last one is in Spanish, I'm learning about different cultures and I'm connecting globally about traditions, language, culture, history, and foods. So like I said before, in the Spanish class, we are getting to do so many things that give us a chance to include us with the outside world, at this point, Spanish. And it gives us a chance to really talk about what we can do and to get out there and not just be inside a little own world in the US.
Thank you for letting us share a little bit about Nesbit. I really encourage all of you to please be present on our campus and continue to support the amazing program that makes up our school. To close, I just wanted to share. Every day I'm very fortunate that I get to work with a partner. Christina and I are a great team. We really focus on distributed leadership, and that's because trust really matters. I also really want to shout out the Nesbit special education team. They helped my own third grade daughter as a BRSSD parent with a student with an IEP. And lastly, the wonderful Tiana up there. Every day, middle school students inspire me. Put on your best dress, laugh, have some fun, and get out there with students and teachers, because really that's all that matters. And there's no other school I'd want to lead at. Out loud and proud. Go Pumas on 3. 1, 2, 3, go!
I think you get to ask questions of the crowd today.
That was awesome. Yeah. Questions, comments, addresses?
Are you going like this because you want me to go
You
first?
just made eye contact.
Oh.
Would you like to go first?
No, I'm okay going first. David, would you like to go first?
Sure. So well done all around. I have the privilege of being there, seeing firsthand with 2 children. Going to the solutionary teaching and learning, that kind of came out of the youth truth, right? What you were in this was degenerate. It's amazing. What is the scope? Is it a year-long thing? Does it kind of start in the fall? Is it up to the teacher's discretion as to the scope of the project and like when the time frame is?
Yeah, great question. So our first year was kind of learning about what solutionary teaching and learning is. Teachers experimented here and there with projects. Our coach this year has really helped us with making that scope and sequence really. Every single grade has identified their unit, they've named their project, and we've really mapped out when the projects are going to happen. So there was a Padlet link actually on the slides that are shared with you. You can check that out. You can kind of see like all the work we've been doing. We kind of kept documentation of that. But really what we're gonna do, our coach is coming next week, where we're kind of gonna close up the year. We're noticing that a lot of the projects are happening in the springtime. And I think that that's like natural. Kids are building up their literacy skills. There's lots of front loading of academics that need to happen. But we're also gonna address like, why do we wait? We don't want solutionary work to be the dessert. We want it to be the main course all throughout the work. So I think that's like the natural next step. And I think all of it started from being inspired by what the IB is requiring of students. And I think like this is the great link. We want kindergarten students to see themselves as 8th graders graduating the stage on campus. And I think the solutionary piece is what can tie us all together.
And can I add on?
Yeah.
I think it also is the power of the students, and you saw that firsthand with your own son. They took their ideas and their projects and they continued to do them self-run throughout the whole entire school year. So that was such a brilliant and moving thing as a teacher to see last year.
I think adding on to a little bit too great to that, we do our community service project, which used to be, as you said, just getting hours done. Now that's like a full year-long project. So we see students take what they've been able to learn in previous years. In 8th grade, it's more nonfiction climate change focused, but then we're able to apply that to our community service project where we're going out and finding a need in our community. Might have seen new trash cans by the library. You might have gone ahead and seen different football and basketball camps being run. You've seen sort of people making websites about stopping hate, as well as what local plans should you paint in your community. So things that are ongoing, that are really student driven, because they have that sort of ability to understand solutionary thinking and to apply that even outside of the classroom or even outside of when we're in those units. So I think while yes, it might be more teacher unit based, that they're going to take those skills and apply them across the board.
So that kind of answered my next question. Thank you, Travis, because from my own son's experience, he was so engaged and they organically just wanted to take it further, right? There was like this sense of empowerment and advocacy. But now I saw, to anecdotally share, like this year, and I don't know if they've done their project year yet, but kind of felt like, wow, I had this amazing transformational experience and now I'm kind of back into the regular norm. So my question was, is how do you gauge if this is successful? I think, Travis, you hit it, that they kind of organically like take it away. So I hope there's like a good transition. So when we keep encouraging these students to try to find ways outside of maybe what was introduced in the classroom, but kind of to continue to really kind of champion their eagerness, their curiosity, their creativity, because I think a spark has been created in them now. And I just hope that it's encouraged formally, but I hope that they can understand that this is something that's now with them and they can kind of like hopefully do other ways as well.
Yeah. There's a lot of intentionality behind moving to solutionary teaching and learning, but also this development for our teachers to put kids in the driver's seat and to get that to happen. We really took the youth truth data to heart. What our students had to say was that they 100% feel connected with their teachers. They love their community. They love learning, but they have no idea as to why they're learning it. So it's also taking a lot of development for our teachers. Which literacy unit are they picking to create that spark? Where in the scope and sequence of a school year does that happen, and what prerequisite skills do kids need? It also is making agreements. We can't just have composting happen at every single grade level. We want every grade level to have their own hallmark project. Fourth grade was the pioneer. When we first brought on our coach and we started working with California environmental literacy, fourth grade really clung on to that, and that was the experience that your child had. Hold tight, because fifth grade's newspaper project is going to launch now that they're back from outdoor ed.
Cool.
Yes.
Theo, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You did amazing. You're a great speaker and we appreciate you coming. So I know that listening in on the IB, that a lot of your problem solving are kind of like you go to the lower grades to kind of, check in alignment, right? See if they have any suggestions, especially like around the carnival and stuff. Is that, did they give some good suggestions? Did you take away some things?
So
That process well?
we get to visit them quite often. Like we went not too long, but 3 months ago, we went to Mr. Fox's class and they presented to us their solutionary projects, and that really inspired me on what to do for my projects. So they definitely do get some good suggestions, even if they don't mean it sometimes.
I understand where you're coming.
One thing I do want to add to that is like there's a lot more intentionality too, and like how our upper grade kids connect with our lower grade kids. We get to take advantage of the fact that we are a kindergarten through eighth grade campus. There's like beauty in that natural leadership, and having kids see themselves and each other is really important. Like our Spanish class reached out for when it was the readathon. Our students then practiced bilingual books that were at kindergarten and first grade level, and our middle school students went and read books in Spanish. Like that's the natural connection that we're trying to make, and more intentionality behind it gives kids better access. Yeah.
So finally, I think it was great with the IB program, when you went out and you added this year, the shadowing, you added a separate distinct middle school informational session. You went out with more outreach. So it's a process and it's ongoing. Is there any early kind of takeaways that any feedback? For example, I'm thinking, is it just, okay, just slowly but surely, we just need to communicate the specialness of the curriculum and kind of get the word out there? Or is there anything that you want to maybe work in addition? Like what was working? What anecdotally maybe did you hear about?
Yeah, well, I'm sure Theo can chime in. He was with me on some of these roadshows, but I will say this: we presented at Cipriani Central and Redwood Shores. And there were some preconceived notions from the students that their only trajectory was to go to Ralston Middle School. Ralston Middle School is outstanding. We are so fortunate as a district to have them. Nesbitt Middle School is outstanding, and kids would be fortunate to choose us. And I want to highlight that. And there was lots of resistance from other kids that their plan has already been set. They were kind of closed-minded to the fact that there might be another choice for them that's worth investigating. So we are also thinking of other things like how do we open up instructional rounds to our parent community? So we tested that last Friday. Dan popped in unexpectedly and we had a group of all of our ELAC and school site council parents coming in. And the biggest takeaway that parents had is that classrooms are not how they perceive them to be. And that there's a whole new way of teaching and learning that's happening that like their kids don't describe to them at the dinner table. And they wish they knew that more before they were making informed decisions on their child's survey for what middle school they were going to pick. So I encourage like board members to help us, community, like getting the word out. I think we will start this a lot sooner. We want Shadow Day to be like a moment where kids really are seeing things that they may consider that align with their learning style. What we're offering at Nesbitt is just as rigorous, just as challenging, and even more so as rewarding as a large comprehensive middle school.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for everybody's effort.
Yeah, actually, that was the point that I wanted to ask about was how you were reaching out to the parents, because I'm looking at this and I'm like, that is not at all what, I mean, yes, through what we've done on the board, I've learned about that. But when my fifth grader was selecting a middle school, that was not what I was expecting to see or to hear about. So thank you, Theo, for enlightening all of us. And I was wondering what the plan is to get those parents to see, not just the students, because students will go and like you said, they have their little closed-minded little blinders. This is where I'm going because all my friends are going there and that's where I'm going to go, right? So how do we get the parents to see the educational benefit of this other outstanding school where the classes are smaller, you get more of that intensive overround or really well-rounded education as a person? And so that was, but we covered that. So never mind.
Well, I will say that something did really, a great idea came up from the people who conducted our validation visit. They had some great ideas for us on how to run parent institutes and how to start early having recruitment sessions where we're talking to parents about our programming. I also think like when it is your child's time to and family's time to pick middle school choice, we do a district level presentation. Ralston, Sandpiper, and Nesbitt present all together. And we let those families know before you pick, go to each one of our more in-depth info sessions and attend that with your child to learn more. I think like a bit of it is just like being willing to hear the message. The biggest thing that an IB MYP taught us is like initially it's not supposed to be meant for a school like Nesbitt. And really overcoming that deficit thinking. And MYP is designed for all learners. That's why we also have choice in this district because there's not one way that middle school should look.
I had another question back to the solutionary teaching and learning. I really like the summary that you guys gave us with each of the grade levels with what they were doing for their solutionary teaching and learning bits. My question was, what were the challenges that you faced? Because I can't imagine this being very easy. Like, hey, we're gonna all do all these things. What were the things that were hardest to overcome? Because I know a lot of schools have that piece with their youth truth survey around engagement, academic challenge. How do you get your teachers on board to push forward something this comprehensive?
Just even getting to this point where we're able to identify the unit and what we might want to see our students participate in is progress. I think that particularly for our kindergarten through, I would say, second grade, those foundational literacy skills are not things we're willing to compromise on. So teachers really had to think, where am I going to continue to adopt the solutionary approach, but then no, I need kids in small group. I need kids that can be fluent readers and that have great comprehension skills and that can clearly write and speak and listen with legitimacy, right? And so that part is hard. And that's where it comes with the gardener and the carpenter. We can't do all those things in isolation if kids are never experiencing implementing them. And so now First grade, they are growing trout in their classroom and they're going to be releasing those trouts into Lake Elizabeth and Fremont. They are going through this amazing experience with life cycles and they know more about fry than I've ever in another language. It's amazing how excited they are. But that's the teachers designing a project that included them using their $3,000 to buy literacy books, small group reading, or adding to their library about that topic so kids have the background knowledge. So yeah, I think this is a work in progress. I think it is more challenging to adopt this approach in primary grades when that focus really needs to be on the core academics. At a school like Nesbitt, we need both. We cannot be light on the content because our students need that as a advantage to excel. We also have to be like kind and loving to the people.
So to follow up on that, we have all of these amazing units that have been developed by your teachers.
Yeah.
I imagine it took a lot of time and a lot of effort. Next year, are they doing a whole new set based on the interest of the whole new set of incoming students?
Great question.
Or are they continuing with what they have?
Yeah, no, we really want them to hone and develop and create this amazing hallmark project so that when we're talking about Nesbitt to our group of parents, kindergarten through 8th grade, they're highlighting their hallmark project. That's why in front of you, you have the 4th grade brochure. Every single grade level this year, as they complete their project, our coach is designing their marketing brochure. So we have a brochure, kindergarten through 8th grade. Here is the main solutionary unit. Here's the experts your child is getting to experience in what grade level. What hallmark field trip are they going on? What speaker? What kind of experiment are they engaging in? So that is the trend. And I think it's going to take another year or so to even like develop those to like the just right sweet spot. Things are always changing, but no, it is not also then just layering on our teachers to design another project. It's doing that one project really, really well.
To expand on that a little bit, I think that also as you're getting older too, is a little bit more choice in what they're doing, right? Like Theo was talking about, they found what they were interested in terms of plastic pollution, got to work on their own project. In 8th grade, we went ahead and they got to choose sort of within a scope, right? What did they want to go ahead and do their research on? So looking at it, having a little more choice as they're more familiar with solutionary thinking, right? We're able to offer more choice in terms of what they're most interested in to really find that passion where they can make a difference, the difference that they care about.
Yeah, that's a great point. That really happens 4th grade on, where like the deliverables, like the action items for what the students are doing involves a lot more choice. So there's like lots of different avenues that kids can go and those can shift and change every single year.
But something like the trash cans that you've put out, right? Like that, you do that one year, do you do it again next year?
It might be something that kids come up with, but like the project that was addressing an issue in the community, the putting the trash cans at the library was something that the students came up with. So that was their real inaction. That might be the action that comes up next school year. It might be something else. Just like Katie's composting project in 4th grade, the students were really laser focused on that and they did a great job. The 4th graders this year had a different approach. So it wasn't composting, it was meeting with Reese to actually tally food waste when it came to breakfast. So this is why we don't need to make a new solutionary unit every year. It's a broad enough kind of topic where then the kids are the drivers of the solutions.
And the kids then decide on an action project and take off.
Yeah.
I think that's the piece where I was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's great dialogue. I love that. See?
Appreciate that.
Spread that to a lot of parents. Okay.
And I had one more question for Theo. As a student, what do you think is the biggest benefit of going to Nesbitt? What do you learn the most about that you feel is valuable to you as a person?
Like I said before, Nesbitt is a big design school with the IB curriculum, and it gives you opportunity to be creative and think of your own ideas and express your ideas in different ways. Like the solutionary project, it really gives you an opportunity to show what you're thinking, not just in writing form like an essay. This is my idea, blah, blah, blah. Like Miss Hanson, she gave us money to so put that into use. And I noticed when Ms. Hunter said, we're gonna be doing this, and everybody was like, okay, just another thing. But then when she mentioned the money that was going into it, and we actually do, everybody was like, oh, okay, I'm getting into this. So definitely gives you a chance to express what you're thinking in different ways.
I don't have any questions. Everything. I love the innovation that's going on. I love the connections that you and your staff are making between the IB program for the middle school portion of the school and the elementary, and how that's really like complementing each other. So great work, and thank you for everything you do.
I also didn't have any questions, but I did have one comment. I just wanted to tell Theo. One thing that you said, Theo, that really resonated with me tonight, and you are a very good speaker, sir, by the way. I really liked what you said when you said it's not just about getting the grade. You have to be a good person too. And that's really important. And I think it's really awesome that you said that and that you think that. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not glad either. Ryan, a question for you. Sorry, Principal. You're still like you're like right, like you're beyond established. Feel like you've been around for a while. What I mean, outside of all the things, of course, right? But like as you think of what's next, like what's behind you, what's in front of you, what's holding your focus as you like what do you want, you know?
Yeah. I think I will say like this whole experience, and I really truly believe in what I said, what the IB has taught me the most is like the empowerment of the people within the system. And it inspired me so much that I am a doctoral student at LMU, and I am writing an autoethnography on the 8 people that make up the IB team, the IB middle school team, as like a compliment and a homage to them, that it has really inspired who I hope to be as an administrator. Yeah, so it's really full circle. Like I'm just as inspired doing this work, like I'm not done. It feels like we've gotten Nesbitt to a great point. I think that when I first joined, you know, Superintendent DeBoer presented this idea, like become an IB school. And we were like, oh, we're gonna get this. And we get to say that. And it felt good, and I still feel inspired, if that's your question. I'm in that 5-year sweet spot where you're still not new, where you have to start saying sorry when you can't just say, oops, I'm new, I didn't know. Start saying sorry, but I'm still really inspired.
Yeah. Good answer. Thanks for bringing that up. And also, yeah, I mean, I knew you were doing all those things, and I was reminded to bring up Women's History Month when I looked at you and was like, that's a dope person right there. Cena.
Yes.
Same question.
Yeah.
Like what do you need and what's next for you?
I mean, I think Ryan kind of said it, like I still go to work. I still get up every morning excited to go to work.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like I've hit a wall where it's like, all right, like I kind of feel like I've done what I needed to do. I am excited to get there. I know that there's work to do. I know we're doing good work together. I'm inspired by all the people that I work with and the staff and how hard they work. And I learn new things from them every day and new things from the kids every day. So exactly what it is, I don't know, but I'm still growing and learning. And so I'm happy where I'm at.
Awesome. More specific question. You've had 2 classes go through IB, so you haven't had like, this will be their first group that's done all 3. Yeah. Have you, when you check back in and speak to kids who have gone into whatever's next, what have you heard anything,
I think we've heard the most feedback. We had a really big group last year that got into DTech. And so hearing how they're like thriving in that kind of community, I also know that like coming out tomorrow is all my list of students. I got accepted to Notre Dame, and the list is large, and I'm super proud of it. And I think like they're getting out there, they're really considering what high schools they want to go to, and I'm really proud of it. And I can't wait to hear what this class does when they get to high school. This is my first class too. So when I joined Nesbitt, these 8th graders were 4th grade. So like these are the ones that will make me cry. So I'm excited for them. Cool. I can't wait to hear what they do.
Yeah. Theo, Good job. Welcome to California. All the things. Should take a flight, by the way. It's a beautiful community.
In San Francisco.
Yeah, you probably sleep though.
Maybe your pilots.
What's the biggest argument on a Foursquare game? What's the biggest kind of problem of practice? What you got? Yeah.
Good job this time.
If you're out, really, like. Because
Yeah.
slammy, spike,
Yeah.
if it hit the line, if it's in, if it's out. Oh, good job, we'll get the next one.
For sure. Okay, thank you for that. I can't say this with the depth it deserves, but good job, all of you. Yeah.
So I'll echo Jackie that I can't say it deep enough, how amazing work that's being done at Nesbit. You talk about the empowerment of people and kind of my reflections, my notepads. I actually remember when Ching Pei and I came over in the science classroom to talk about an idea about what Nesbit might become and give the middle school program really something to hang their hat on. It was already amazing, but what else might we do? Might we invest in? And we threw a few ideas out there, and I think at that point in time, it kind of sat. And I remember leaving with Ching Pei. I'm like, I don't know how that went. We'll see. And you guys took off with it, right? Like literally, I did the math like 2.5 years ago. That was probably about 2.5 years ago. Notes coming right out of pandemic, not far after that. That everybody really signed on to this picture about what might be. And through empowering each other, you have got to where you are today, right? Like I made this little picture, like I see the amazing things that teachers are doing on a daily basis, specifically in the IB, and I'll get to the rest of the staff in a second. IB teachers doing amazing things, planning, inspiring kids. And then you're here today about the kids inspiring you, right? So, and then IB staff inspiring teachers in the lower grades to do solutionary practice. You have these like cogs that are going where everybody's pushing everybody in this really, really nice way. And I think that results in amazing opportunities for kids like Theo. Like I saw you get excited when your teachers were talking a bunch of times. And then you guys seeing what it does for them. And I saw those tears in your eyes when he was speaking, right? So it really just creates this nice reciprocal environment where amazing things happen. So keep it up there. We have amazing schools across the board. Nesbit is truly a special place to teach and learn. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Love it so.
I could see you.
Right. Face and service.
Yeah, it's really exciting presentations coming up.
Okay, as long as it's a.
I was supposed to bring it over there.
No,
Reese was yelling.
All right.
Greg, I don't want.
No.
Thank you, President Bruno.
Number 12.
President Bruno.
And services update.
Right, so tonight we have Kristen Sevilla here with me. Kristen is our Ed Services / Wellness Coordinator. We are going to talk to you about a little bit around counseling, giving you an update, and then talking specifically about English learners and BRSSD for our March focus. I'm gonna let Kristen start first.
All right, so
SEL counseling in Belmont-Redwood Shores. I'm just going to start with saying that I have the best job in education. I absolutely love what I do because 8 years ago when I joined the district as assistant principal, I kept hearing we're a whole child district. We're a whole child district. And so what that means is that we lean into and adopt this model, the whole school, whole community, whole child model from the CDC. There's the 10 components to it. And as you can see, counseling, psychological and social services, and social emotional climate are 2 of them. And so really, when we say that we're a whole child district, is that we're saying that, yes, we want to give our students this rigorous academic experience where they become engaged learners, but we also want to make sure that we're developing that whole sense of themselves, because when they move through the world, they don't just move through with their knowledge, they move through with their whole self. And we also know that children who feel connected to their community and feel like they belong are more engaged in their learning and find more meaningful connections to what they learn. We, as a counseling team, as you know, our counseling team grew this year. We have 9 counselors total across our 7 sites. They are a dynamic team. They are a proactive team. They are so dedicated and passionate about implementing this ASCA-aligned counseling program. So the American School Counselor Association, last year we started with the implementation workshop, the ASCA implementation workshop at the county office. We lost some of our counselors. We gained some new ones this year, and the new ones who came on, it was like they did it with us last year also. So these last 2 years, we've been going to the county office as a team, and they've been guiding us. They have a counselor, they have a facilitator from ASCA who is working and guiding our team through implementing this model here, which is what you have on the left are these 4 components of a counseling program, an ASCA-aligned counseling program. And we've been spending this whole year developing our handbook, our counseling handbook, to define each of those 4 areas that are not mutually exclusive. They are all intertwined. And that should be done in the next month or 2. We're really working hard to get it done. But the process has really allowed us to have some really great conversations about our counseling program, how different components of it doesn't matter what grade level you're in, those components are all the same, and what are the nuances depending on which grade level our students are in. And really, it's going to be our anchor to our program. And that's the really exciting thing about counseling in Belmont-Redwood Shores, is because we've grown from having some of our own counselors and some contractors to just having our own counselors and then growing that team. That means we get to start building something the right way, being ASCA aligned, instead of going off on a tangent, maybe getting lost in the weeds and trying to pull ourselves back to go in the same direction. So that's been incredibly exciting. And on the right here, this is the image that a counseling program kind of roots itself in. It's the multi-tiered, multi-domain system of support. So it's the MTMD-SS. And what it does is there's 3, along the bottom, you can see that there's 3 domains within counseling. And then with every tier, how is that domain? So we have academic, college and career, and social emotional. And so lately we've been having these conversations about, okay, we know in middle school what college and career, like what that looks like, but what does that mean in elementary school? Like, how do we engage kids in those conversations through that counseling lens? So we get together at least monthly as a counseling team to work on this and then to address other areas within our development. We're working on finding those programs that we want to make sure we give to every single student in the district, that they're not site specific, But we've also, one of the goals of the team has been to be data-driven. And so they've been learning how to really dive deeply into our SABRS data, which is our SEL screening data. And because there's like these great graphs that you can get, but there's also ways in which you can download all the data and we can really manipulate it to answer certain questions, right? Like really, who are the 10% of our students in our whole school who need counseling the most? And are they already on that list? Great, they are. You know, we didn't know about this one student, so let's start investigating. So it's been really exciting. It's been really fulfilling. And the counseling team themselves are really excited about like how we can launch next year, being like really clearly defined as to like, this is what counseling is in Belmont-Redwood Shores. And part of being in that ASCA implementation workshop and working with ASCA is they're also working on the components that are needed to apply for a RAMP, which is a recognized ASCA model program, which I can tell you in the Bay Area, especially on the peninsula, there aren't any schools on the current list. So they're really like motivated to like have Belmont-Redwood Shores schools on there. So our goal in the next like 3-ish years that each one of our schools will have achieved RAMP. So they're really working hard to do all of those things. Oh, sorry, I feel like rambling on. So should we move right into?
Yeah, we feel like we've given you a lot of SEL and counselor updates. We want to make sure that we move on. Do you want to stop and talk counseling questions first, or do you want us to finish and then come back? Because I'm guessing you might have some questions for Kristen.
Lots of questions now, yeah. Sure.
Okay.
Good move. We're not ready for that.
Or not, we keep going.
Yeah.
You said something that like just whatever, maybe ask a question. You said in middle school, we know what college and career counseling looks like. What does that mean?
So a lot of that is helping the kids understand what classes they might want to take in high school and getting them to think about like, what are my requirements for high school? I know that seems a little like you're in middle school. Why are we thinking about that? But I know that the counselors have been going into the 8th grade classrooms at Ralston and talking to the kids about gearing up for high school and thinking about like what they need to do there and what they've done in middle school and how that's preparing them for high school, which will prepare them for college and career. There was also a career fair at Ralston like last month, which was great. Lots of exposure to different options and venues. We don't have this, but we've talked about it. There are like programs out there where kids can start to explore like the things that they like and how that can lead them in a direction of a possible profession. So those are lots of things that you see at the middle school and especially high school level. And then at the elementary level, I think it's really leaning into the identity work and thinking about like, you know, what are the things, what do I enjoy learning about? And then just having exposure to different careers and pathways.
Are you, are those, is that exposure the same or different across the 3 middle schools, like with the K-8 stuff?
I think that right now it's different, but they're moving towards the alignment. So like what we at our last meeting just on Monday, one of our to-dos was to come up with a calendar for next year of things that we wanted to do district-wide, whether it was just for middle school, just for like TK-8 or TK-5, and to start thinking about that. So there is that alignment, and it doesn't matter which middle school you go to because you're going to get this. And we've even talked about the possibility of like, well, what if we just did one college and career fair that all middle schools can come to, as opposed to it just being at one site and replicating it a bunch of times.
Thank you.
Some of you might remember when Kristen and I came on 8 years ago, there have always been multiple counselors at Ralston. Their primary function in our past lives was academic counseling. They didn't do the other components of the SEL and the college and career planning. They were just academic. They were there to do the master schedule, help kids pick classes. So they went from being really myopic to, as Kristen grows the team and grows the system in alignment with ASCA expectations, the alignment across the sites is.
And they really want alignment too, which is great. Like they're very collaborative. We have this little, Google chat side channel that's pinging all day long because they're going back and forth. With, oh, I just did this, it was amazing. Does anybody have any resources for things like that? So they're really moving in that direction, and it's very organic. Like there's nothing forced. It was funny in the beginning, they're like, can we have extra meetings? I'm like, you don't have to ask me, like, you guys want to get, and they do that, especially now with parent-teacher conferences. They're meeting together to continue working on the handbook. Like that's what a bunch of them are going to do tomorrow. So
Cool.
It's really cool.
Thank you.
Yes.
Do you want to go? No, lead off.
My question is more basic, just a level setting for myself because I haven't been here for very long. Our counselors, do they meet with every single child? That's a great question. From a tier 1 perspective, yes, they have contact with every child because they are going into the classrooms on a regular basis to teach what we call them tier 1 plus. So when I say tier 1, it's like the lessons that we give to everybody, but they're looking at those, they're using data to drive in the conversations they have with teachers for what that class might need. So they might notice there's a need in first grade for conflict managing. So they might come in, so the general ed teachers are teaching our SEL curriculum. There's a weekly lesson, and then the counselors will come in and either enhance what's already being taught through the SEL curriculum, or if there's something specific, then they will come in and teach those lessons.
And is that through the observations of the counselor when they're doing those general sessions, or can the teachers say, hey, we're having this and this issue in the classroom, can you come and help us talk about that? Or
yeah, I mean, it's there's a lot of consultation and collaboration between the counselors and the teachers. And so I think it's just kind of like, what do you need? Like what's coming up? There are certain units that they're all working on and implementing. So we were trained by Child Mind Institute on something called mental health skills building curriculum. So they've been taking components of that and doing lessons throughout the year for the different grade levels. So it's all data driven. It's all kind of specific to the need of the class and the
So
teacher.
remember too that we have the power standards. Kristen's team last year and through this year have been building out what those standards look like in terms of SEL at all grade levels. So there's alignment across and vertical.
The ASCA has standards too that they follow that link to academics.
That was great, because that was my question.
My question too.
That's like great minds think alike.
Just to follow, so I was like, how do you identify, certainly there's children that come across, but how do the counselors kind of go beyond the SEL curriculum?
Yeah.
So that was an answer, but one thing that first of all, thank you for your parent outreach curriculum. Feel like you're reading my mind, especially around like screen time and the effects. I feel like it's a daily battle inside our household on how to deal with it.
Right there with you.
I wonder so kind of taking on that point a little bit farther about how do the counselors know if the main input, and tell me if I'm wrong, if the main input is kind of, well, this is what I'm noticing in my classroom. How do you get the other part? And I'm specifically referring to the ones that are kind of, I'll say, put together in the classroom in a structured environment.
Internalizing ones.
But maybe kind of at home, as parents, they kind of like unfold a little bit.
Yeah.
And we see like some things that we're like, oh, we're noticing this, but we in our isolation little bubble are not sure if other kind of parents or anybody else is noticing it, and it's not coming through the classroom. So how is that a pipeline that you can tap into, and how?
Yeah.
How can we kind of say, well, oh, this child is doing well, but boy, I really have noticed this. Like, what can the parent then go to the counselor? Like, how is that back and forth relationship gonna be?
So there's, the great thing about Savers, which is our SEL screener, is starting in 3rd grade, the kids can self-screen. And it boils it down into these different behaviors like academic, social.
Academic, emotional behavior risk scale. So
Yes,
they have questions like, I struggle with my homework. I get along with my friends, often, sometimes never.
it's hard to stay on or I stay on task.
Sometimes, always, never.
Yeah, and so what's amazing about My Savers is that there is a report that you can run and it shows you each child, how the child answered those questions and how the teacher answered those questions. And it opens up great conversation when you see that the teacher answered one way and the kid answered the other. And so there's always a few kids that are identified who nobody knew they were internalizing all of these things. And so it opens up the conversation. And then the counselors, they'll talk to the teachers, they'll get more information. They might talk to the kid. Like, there's many ways that they can do it. Parents can always reach out to the counselors. Anytime they're noticing anything, they can reach out. We even have kids who self-refer. And like, I know that Ashley Doss, the counselor at Redwood Shores, she has that was part of her getting to know you, get to know the counselor lessons at the beginning of the year is showing the kids, like, if you want to see me, here's this paper that you fill out. And for the little ones, it's just circling stuff. And she has 1st graders who will self-refer and say, I want to talk to you right now. And so the counselors really know that their role is to just be very visible and to be that presence, that trusted adult for the kids on site. So when they feel like they need someone, they know where to go to. Parents know where to go to. The teachers can refer. And then we always have our SST process too. Of helping to identify the kids who have the needs. So there's many avenues to get there.
Great, thank you. One final question now. So I have a tutoring business, and I've noticed that executive functioning skills, actually, people are especially around time management, and mostly when they get into high school, because they're saying at middle school, the homework was manageable, or I didn't have much, or I was in control of things. And I'm just wondering, since we are a feeder for high school and we want them obviously to learn these critical skills, are you noticing that in particular as a trend, or is there anything that you're noticing?
Yeah.
Can we develop, and if you're not already, can we develop something to help them? Because I think tackling that in the middle school years will really set, when they're really not stressed out for that reason, will help them when they enter a 9th grade or high school environment.
Yeah, I know that some of the counselors have already developed executive functioning lessons that they've gone into the classrooms with. And I think it's one of those things where, going back to the parent ed, is having those play-based childhoods where you just go out and you run around and you get into trouble and you take risks. That is one of the best ways we can develop executive functioning skills, because what we're doing is we're in a developmentally appropriate way, giving kids the opportunity to understand boundaries, to understand time management. And, when we overschedule kids at a very young age, we're taking away agency, because we're telling them, you go here, and now at 5 o'clock you go here, and now at 5:45 you're here. And really giving kids the opportunity to play is one of the best things we can do for developing brains. And listening to your kids' interests and just helping to manage that. But as a school, I think that those executive functioning skills, it comes from home, it comes from the teacher, it comes from the counselor. And it's a lifelong thing that you do. Because you can be really good at it from let's say an 8-year-old perspective. And then if you don't keep flexing that muscle, you get to middle school or you get to high school.
Yeah.
And you kind of, you hit a little bump in the road.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell my son when he says, I'm bored, what should I do?
It's a
Right?
great,
Go out there.
Something dangerous to play with.
Maybe I won't say that, but yeah.
being bored is great.
Exactly.
It's a good thing that you're bored, child.
Yeah.
I just had one question. I was just thinking of, just if you could maybe speak to a little bit, how you feel the counselors have been doing and how the school sites have been doing, with having now for the, TK through 5, having a dedicated counselor on site. How has that been impactful?
Yeah, I mean, I think that everybody's happy that you have a counselor on site 5 days a week and that it's not like, okay, you can't blow up every other Wednesday and Thursdays and Fridays because we don't have the counselor there. So I think that, you know, as we're defining our counseling program, and this year, because it was a team that grew and was so new, we've been just really working on finding those guardrails and like figuring out like just what the structure looks like and you know what ASCA aligned means in Belmont-Redwood Shores. And I think next year will be the year that we can like tighten it up a little bit and be moving forward faster, you know, and really getting there. And the moving forward piece of it, I think that we have 9 counselors who are all very passionate and their specialties lie somewhere different. Right now, you're really seeing the specialties and we're going to start moving towards the tight and the loose, right? Getting a little bit tighter. So I think that at all the sites, the counselors are doing great work. And I think that they're constantly reflecting and they have their yearly calendar that they're filling out as the year goes on. And our goal is at the end of the year to look at what they did each month and decide what they want to replicate again next year. And also to decide what we want to replicate together as a team too. So, you know, it's great for the first year. There's room for improvement and everyone's super motivated. So it's great.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you for that post.
No. Do you have another question?
No.
Before we move on to the EL piece, which is the other half of Kristen's job, I just wanted to commend.
Other 35.
Well, you can see as wellness coordinator, the amount of work that Kristen has put into growing our program for the sake of our kids. This is 65% of her job. The other 35% of her job is supporting our reading specialist / ELD specialist and taking EL testing completely off my plate, which I'm grateful for. I used to do that by myself the first couple of years. So I just want to say thank you. It's incredible working with somebody who's so passionate, dedicated, independent, and focused on kids at all times. Makes my job easy.
All right. Ready? Yeah. Okay. So take off that hat. On this hat. All right. So we're going to start from the beginning, which is how do we know who our English language learners are? Every time a child enrolls in a district, they take the home language survey, which asks 4 questions. What was your first language? What is the primary language your child speaks? What is the language you speak to your child? And what is the language that the adults speak to each other? And when we have an indication other than English on the first 3 questions, then we give them the LPAC, which the initial LPAC is the one that screens them to say you are either an English learner, you scored a 1 or a 2 on the initial LPAC, which means you're either a novice or intermediate English learner, and you are placed in some type of EL program and service. So if you're a novice learner, you're going to get some extra support from our English language development, our ELD specialists. If you are more of an intermediate learner, you're going to be getting those EL supports within the classroom, and you're going to be learning a lot from your peers because we're focusing on the academic language. And then every year between February 1st and May 31st, we assess the kids, giving them the summative LPAC to progress monitor, to see where they are on a scale of 1 to 4. When they reach a 4, that means they're English proficient, and now we can look at reclassifying them as English proficient. When we have students who take the initial LPAC, and you can see in the turquoise, they score a 3, that means we call them IFEPs, which is Initial Fluent English Proficient. That means they have another language in their background, and they are also fluent in English. So they are not an English learner. They are an IFEP.
They're never counted in our EL data. They're never tested again for summative. It just verifies that they are indeed fluent in English. The one kind of interesting thing is there are 2 tests in the state of California that parents cannot opt out of. One of them is physical fitness, which whatever that's in the midst of change. So that's one you cannot opt out of. And the other one is English learner identification. We'll see what happens with our federal government, but the requirement is we want to make sure that everybody who has a second language is tested so nobody falls through the crack.
And then if they, on that home language survey, every answer is English, then they're considered an EO, which is your English only. And they're not considered an English learner. So that's our pathway to identification.
There are times too when families will have talked to other parents and they'll just fill in English because they don't want to be tested. Really, if a child shows up and is struggling with the language, we as a district will make a determination and talk to the family. We actually, even if a child fills in English for all of the questions, if our teachers suspect that there's actually a second language, we can administer the initial LPAC to verify language fluency.
And a lot of the times it's the kid telling the teacher, like, yeah, I speak whatever language at home, right? And they're like, okay, right, we see what happened here.
I mean, I have bilingual children, and when I register them in public school, I had a moment of thought of, do I just put English because I know they're going to be IFEP? And of course, they came from a bilingual school, so I put the Mandarin correctly. They tested IFEP just as, so I think parents are often nervous. Truly bilingual kids, really, it's not an issue. Even the shy kid in kindergarten, we have a bevy of retired teachers who come and test and make all children feel really comfortable, and they know how to warm them up. So it's not a scary thing. So as you're communicating with families, encourage them to be honest on the home language survey.
Mm-hmm.
And it only helps them in the end.
And the initial LPAC is a screener. We're not saying you have another language in your background, so you are automatically an EL. And that's another misconception that I feel probably a handful of calls at the beginning of every school year from parents wondering why I've labeled their kid EL. So to help them understand that. So as I was saying here, our students who score a 1 or a 2 on the initial LPAC, or a 1 on the 2 or a 2 on the summative LPAC, do get some extra support from our ELD reading specialists. And so we've been really working again to find that alignment. So it doesn't matter which school these children go to, they're going to be getting the same support at each school. So a lot of the alignment that we did a few years back was really talking about how we create their caseloads, like what is the data that they're using, and how are they identifying the students that have the greatest need through that data. Our specialists also went through the GLAD certification, and GLAD stands for Guided Learning.
Guided Language Acquisition by Design.
And this is teaching them specifically those high leverage teaching strategies that have the biggest impact for our English learners. Our ELs are changing, their typography is changing, and we're getting a lot more newcomers. And there was this real need to have a specific curriculum to support our newcomers. So we, at the beginning of this year, we adopted Vista to support the newcomers. And a big part of what the specialists do, because they can't see every kid who needs their support, they do a lot of consultations with the teachers and helping them with integrating the ELD and finding what are those high leverage strategies that the gen ed teachers can do to support the students, the specific, especially the ones that they have concerns about that maybe their progress isn't going as quickly as expected.
Yeah, Kristen did mention that we have more newcomers specifically coming at older grades.
Yeah.
And coming with scattered educational background in their home language. So something the reading specialists have been working with us, we meet with them monthly as a team, really is asking for some support, and we were able to identify something to try this year. They seem to be liking it. We'll see. It was just a supplemental purchase. The other thing to kind of keep in mind is that our reading specialists are a supplement. So our classroom teachers are all CLAD certified. They all have their, now I can't remember what CLAD stands for.
Oh, gosh.
Something, certification for language. What does CLAD stand for?
Acquisition design.
It's a requirement of all of us. We all went through language acquisition design classes when we got our credential. It is a requirement of every California state teacher to have the credentials. So we do a lot of integrated ELD. We did GLAD introductory training for our entire staff two falls ago for our fall learning day, and then have offered certification. Each of the principals, they use their own dollars, right? So several of the principals offered certification to their classroom teachers, and we have a handful of teachers who have gone on. Every single one of the reading specialists has their GLAD certification on top of their CLAD certificate.
Cross-cultural language and academic development.
Thank you. We all have the credentials and the skills, but we all need some reminders, especially, if we're not exercising the muscle, it tends to atrophy. So really, they are serving as consultation as well as supplemental direct services to certain students. Part of the reason why our kiddos who scored LPAC 3, so that means they're approaching standard but aren't quite there yet, don't get pull-out services, is because at that level, what they really need, what research tells us, is they need to be working on academic language. They don't need the pull-out survival language that our specialists give. They need the models from the fluent, proficient students in the classroom. They need to be in the classroom with the classroom teacher who is the expert about utilizing language in an academic sense. And they get their, biggest bang for their buck in the classroom. And when we look at our years of data of our students who are redesignated English proficient students, so our RFEP kiddos who end up effectively being bilingual, generally, it's not true for every single student, but on a whole, as a category, our RFEP students score higher on all of our state metrics than our monolingual students. So that tells us the years of experience and the successes of our classroom teachers is really appropriate. LPAC 3 students should really be a classroom teacher. So those are the different supports that we offer. We do not have a bilingual program. We basically offer a structured English integrated English experience, which is SEI on the letter. Okay, so moving on. I'm going to talk about the hard part. You saw in your weekly memo on Friday, we as a district have been identified as being in differentiated assistance this year. For the first time, long-term English learners, LTELs, are a student category being monitored on the California school dashboard, being reported out on. Okay, so data were collected last year and this year so that we could have a color designation. The color designation, if you'll remember from the last dashboard presentation, will tell you the absolute performance level as well as the relative. So you could have low scores but have made gains, in which case you might be orange. You could have high scores but have gone backwards, and you would be in the blue, in the green instead of the blue. Our long-term English learners, the state reported 44 LTELs from the 23-24 school year, have performed in the red in one category and the orange in a second category. So it looks like of our 45 students last year, 22% of our LTELs were chronically absent, and that represents an increase of 13.7%. So we're in the red. That is this is something that we are monitoring. You'll probably remember too, as a district, our chronic absentee level is also in the yellow. This is something that all of our schools are working on. This is something that we have to dig into. Some of your friends might be receiving letters for absences more frequently than they have in the past. I know I personally have friends in this district who say, what happens if I miss 3 days? Well, you're gonna get a letter. Our LTELs are also scoring in the red in math performance. So they are 99.5 points below standard and have declined 29.3 points. There's 44 students there. That's where I remember the 44 from. When we pulled our internal data to look, I'm going to be totally honest, we looked at last year's enrollees, we looked at all of the kids who are RFEP. I really don't know where the state calculated that 45. We have asked the county to tell us exactly who they are. Not that it matters so much to the T, but I want to make sure that I have the definition correct so that when we are pulling our internal data now, we're monitoring the correct metrics and the correct students so that we can really check on our progress. On the California school dashboard, the long-term English learners are defined as students who have been English learners for exactly 7 years. On DataQuest, which is the CalPADS reporting that we give, an LTEL is defined as a student who has been an EL for 6 or more school years. So there are differing dates and differing timelines, and that's why I want to make sure we get exactly clear that the students. We have 21 students as of March 6th who are defined as LTELs, kids who were identified as English learners 7 or more years ago. So we used CBED state, that census date, just because we need a cutoff point. And then when we look at kids who were identified 6 years ago, so that means next year they could potentially become LTELs as well, we have an additional 18. So we're monitoring those kiddos. We're looking at their test scores. With that data, you can imagine they're mostly 5th through 8th graders. And the 5th graders are only identified if they started with us as TKs. So there's only 5 of them at the moment. We looked at their state testing data, and about a third of the kiddos who are LTELs who do not have an IEP are scoring proficient. 2/3 of our kiddos who are currently LTELs have an IEP. There is quite a bit of dual identification between our long-term English learners and our students with disabilities. So that's something that Kristen and I are also working on with our specialists. One of the things we did last year in alignment with Sequoia Union High School District and all 8 districts that feed into the high school district was to change our redesignation criteria. We all agreed that the LPAC score of 4 really is your primary factor. We had in previous years students who would score 4 but not be at grade level on their report card or not be at grade level on a CAST test that didn't get redesignated when we conflated English proficiency with grade level skills when really they are 2 separate things. So in doing that, we've decoupled language acquisition from academic achievement, but it also means that when we look at the 45 kids that were listed from the state in 23-24, it's unclear if 18 of our LTELs that were redesignated during the 23-24 school year are in that lump or not. They are also students who likely scored higher on the state testing results, but then got removed from the denominator. So we're really trying to dig in to understand who the kids are because it does change the way our data look. I think 23-24 was kind of a benchmark year for us where we made a couple changes. I am confident from both the teaching and the data analytics that at the end of this school year, our numbers will look a little bit different. We are comparing different bases of who's considered an LTEL in one year to the next. So we weren't comparing apples to apples, but we are looking at the second year, fewer population and their scores. So if we have an accurate population in year 2 against year 3, the comparison is going to be different than an inaccurate definition with an accurate definition, if that makes sense. Okay. So really what we're doing about that is we do have a partnership with San Mateo County Office of Education. It is, in some respects, it's a requirement. We are in differentiated assistance. That means that Kristen, Dan, me, Julie meet with the county on a monthly basis to discuss the data, to look at our processes, to really think about what are we doing differently so that our data do look different at the end of this spring. And the other piece is we are working through identification of the exact students with our principals. So each principal knows who their currently identified long-term learners are, as well as their upcoming fifth graders. I just had a, off the cuff conversation with one of our principals. One of my principals likes to call me every day on our commute home. And she shared, oh, since you shared this list, here are the things that I've already done at our site for our LTELs and identification and working with the teachers. So the principals are really our lever because they're the ones who are on the site with the students individually. And our job is now to support the principals in their work, ensuring that these students really, that we are understanding what is it that's driving them to not come to school. Chronic absenteeism is missing 10% of the school year or more. And what is it that we can do to support math in all of our grade levels? What questions do you have?
Time for questions.
I have so many questions.
I was hoping the silence meant no questions. Go for it.
Okay, I had a just basic level setting myself. Our LPAC students that are or our LL students that score a 1 or a 2 and they're placed in EL programs and services is that like a pull-out program from so they're in our general.
They're in your general ed classroom.
Okay, and then they get pulled out for education or
So Mrs. Van Laar will pull the 1s 4 times a week and the 2s twice a week. It kind of depends. They go through their caseload. They match kids together by skill level, by grade level.
And I think some also are trying pushing in to the classes too. And being
how does that look when you push?
Just going in during certain times and helping the students with their language development within the classroom.
And then the other question I had was around the little graph that you showed with the students in the red.
Yeah.
Right. So that one.
Yeah.
You said that our LTELs on math were 99.5 points below standard. And maybe this is where you were going with the language learning and the math piece or the academic piece. Do we know that their math is actually not okay, or are they taking the test in English and they're not good enough in English to be able to score on that test?
That's a piece that we don't know because I don't know exactly who those 44 kids are, right? I know what the definition is. And when I pull by the state definition and look at my entire roster of who was enrolled last year, there is no finagling that I can come up with to come up with 44 kids. And the way the state shares the data with me now, it used to be that you got this individual student line and then you had individual columns for math score, ELA score, science score. Now it's 3 lines. And so each child gets 2 to 3 entries. So counting, and then they're like, I can't filter and sort properly because the way they report those 3 scores is exactly the same. So I am working, we've asked the county to figure out for us who those kids exactly are.
Yeah.
Because while a chunk of them have graduated, we still want to know exactly how the state defined them so that we can copy that in our current, so that we can see, is it the math skill or is it the language skill? What we do know, I mean, it also does include our students who are taking the Cal Alt, so the California Alternate Assessment. So our scores for our long-term English learners are on their Smarter Balance Assessment or their California Alternate Assessment. So one is grade level test and one is the alternate assessment for students with intellectual disability for the most severely impacted. So, putting those 2 scores together in one bucket also causes problems. And like I said, when we look at our list of 21 current LTELs, the fact that 2/3 of them have IEPs and their identifying factor for the most part isn't speech or language, which usually is a list for something kind of minor. They are things like ID and autism, and they're a little bit more seriously impacted. So I am now digging in, is this their CAW score or is this an SBAC score? And if it's Is it a language issue that prevented them from doing well on the test? Is it an academic skill issue? Is it a behavioral piece that they're not accessing the test even with accommodations and modifications? I mean, there's a lot that we're digging through to try and figure out. Bottom line is there are 6 kids who are currently LTELs that don't have another identifying factor that are kind of simple out of our 4,000 students. So even at 45 kids, that's 0.1% of our population. So yes, we're going to dig in and we're going to make sure we're serving these kids, but it's also not like we're saying 45% of our students are chronically absent across the board.
And then to piggyback on what you were saying, just as I kind of took your question in a slightly different direction. And maybe, Pei, you could confirm when all of the kids are doing the CASP in like math.
Yeah.
There's a lot of word problems. There's not just your math ability. It's you have to be able to get it. So I could totally see that as
that language.
I
don't see the not. I mean, my child will not see the not and then answer the wrong.
Right. And exactly. Sorry. And I said 0.1%, 1%. I had to correct my incorrect math. That's exactly the point. And the only children in CASP, when you take the SBA, if you have an IEP, you can, depending on the IEP and depending on the modifications and accommodations, you can have the math questions read to you if that's what your disability is. So, but just being an English learner doesn't give you access to the question being read. So there's just lots of layers. The only time English learners are exempted from, and it's not even like they get it read to them in English, they're just exempted from taking the test, is in their first 12 months of enrollment.
And it's ELA, it's not math.
Oh, you're right. It is math. Sorry, it's ELA, but
they're automatically
exempted from ELA. They can choose to skip math, but even then they don't get the questions read to them. As much automation as we have, we still don't have necessarily all the things that really do help our kids demonstrate their knowledge. So it's one piece of data. Once I know exactly who the kiddos are, then the principals and teachers can look at our local data, looking at the classroom performance, looking at the growth data.
We don't even know what school they are. They're just in our district. We have 45 students.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little less concerned about last year's 45. I know that by 1 or 2 definitions, we either have 21 or we have 39 kiddos, and I know exactly who they are.
Okay.
I know who they are. I know which school they're in, what grade they're in. I know who their teachers are. Their principals know who they are now. I just want to make sure there aren't other kids that we're missing. I know that they match the 7 years enrolled.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
clarifying question for the stats, so I'm trying to understand again. The 44 students is the 99.5 points below standard of everybody who took testing?
State average. Sorry, the minimum score required. So this is 44 students in BRSSD who were of testing age, so 3rd through 8th grade.
Okay.
Right? But we know that you have to have at least been in EL for 7 years, which means you're really at the youngest of 5th grader.
Okay, so that's the standard. Then when it says declined 29.3, are we comparing apples to apples? Like, is that the same 44 kids they personally declined?
That is exactly what I'm talking about. They take the average score of the 44 LTELs who have a math score in 2024.
Yeah.
Whatever that average is, it was 99 points below the minimum bar for what's considered at level.
Right.
Then I look at the year before's LTELs, which could be 44, could be 65, could be 92. I take all of their scores and average their score, their math test scores, and I calculate the delta. So it's not an apples to apples.
Sorry, so that's not the state telling us they declined 29.3?
It is the state telling me that the group of long-term learners declined 29.3, but the group of long-term learners from year 1 to year 2 are not the same.
Yeah, so then that brings me, like, you can't do anything with that information. So what is the purpose of the state creating this extra dashboard if it's not? I can understand there's value in kind of monitoring these 7-year kids, right? I'm sure that's where they're going with this, right? They want to see that these kids are showing progression from when they entered, right? That's why they're terming this.
$1 million.
But what's their So you don't know any of the history or anything like what they're gonna do?
I think this is one of the areas where, because we redesignate kids fairly regularly and fairly quickly, our population of ELs from year 1 to year 2 is always apples to oranges. When we look at the English learner group across any of our data, it's never like for like. And we intentionally, I mean, like, we pay attention to it when we look at it, but because we know that there are different groups of kids, it doesn't tell us very much. We like to look at cohort data. So when we look at it, we look at the exact kids who were last year to this year and what do they do? And that's the work that our principals are able to do within Illuminate, because we can look at our ELs who were ours and who are still ours, who were designated, who still are. From a state perspective, I think other districts are a little bit more stagnant. And so on the whole, when you have larger numbers, the X percentage of change isn't quite so big, but because we're talking about 44 kids, when we are capped 18 kids the year prior, I already know that year 1 to year 2 is not gonna be, that's 30% of my group from 1 year to the next. My comparison's just off. So we kind of take it with a grain of salt. We look at the internal data and look at cohort data, which is what I share with you guys earlier in the year. When I tell you, when we've gone up or down, and I'm telling you, here's how the ELs are doing. I'm looking at the ELs that were ELs and are still ELs. I'm not looking at last year's group of 315 and this year's group of 275.
So trustee Cost, I think when we think about the dashboard, I think the state looks at it as an equity measure. I think we're a great example of this. We can look at our overall test scores and we're doing amazing. 80+% proficient across the board is amazing. But when you look at each significant subgroup, whether that's ethnicity, disability, whatever status you're looking at, it helps identify areas that maybe districts can look at it with a different lens. And I think their addition of LTEL was they're adding a different group to give a different lens to. And I think the desired outcome from the state, from my perspective, is exactly what's happening, right? It brings attention to this group that is not scoring in the green or the blue like many of our other groups, and causes us to say, who is in that group? How do we perhaps serve them in a better or different way so that they achieve higher levels?
Thank you. That answers my question. So it's not the state's gonna call us. It's more like just spotlighting a group, a segment that maybe we've overlooked with the good data that we're not seeing.
Sort of. I mean, the state has called us. In the red in 2 metrics.
Okay.
Either at the site level or at the district level, you are put into assistance.
Okay.
And the goal was to monitor and get out of assistance.
Okay. What's in the orange? You didn't mention the one that was in orange.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I had thought that the math was in the orange, it was in the red.
Okay, it's in the red. My last question is with the chronic absenteeism. So that's interesting. It's kind of like being a layman, I don't necessarily would associate that with language, because regardless of language, I would think if anything, families, just anecdotally, are very motivated to send their kids to school to try to, be part of the culture of the community and kind of come up to speed and just be part of this country or this environment or this community. So I'm interested if there's any by flagging this, is that a high percentage compared to other chronically absenteeism in general for our district?
This is a very high percentage.
Do you have any early thoughts on why, like the correlation? Because I'm not sure there.
I think there's actually more correlation between the dual identification than anything else, because when we look at our current 21 students, there is 1 child of the 21. There's 1 child of the 49, actually, when I look at the 5th graders as well. There's 1 child who's currently chronically absent up until this point of the school year. I mean, that's this year's live data. I dropped in attendance since we just ended trimester 2.
Yeah.
I think there is definitely some correlation. We're gonna have to look deeper.
Yeah.
Some of the kids are dually identified. Some of the kids, when I look at those names, they're kids that I recognize. I only recognize kids that have risen in some sort of
Your radar.
complaint or something because parents may be withholding presence at school to make a point on changing an IEP. There's lots that goes on. There are some kids in there that you're like, I think they're medically fragile. There's no reprieve for if this is an excused absence or unexcused absence. Every absence counts.
Yep.
So if you miss 18 days in a school year, you are chronically absent.
Okay, very interesting. Interesting trend. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I ask another, I'm so sorry, I know that we're going long, but one more question. When we talk about reclassifying our ELLs.
Yeah.
How, and I know we move them along at a pretty good clip. Especially at the younger ages, they learn language and they acquire language much more quickly. For a student to go 7 years and not move out of the space, I guess the original question was, what's the average amount of time it takes for your average student to get out of the English language learner status? And then why do we have so many 7-year LTELs?
That's a great question. I'll look into that. I've never actually looked at our prep rate because it's a little tricky to find past data, but I'll take a look into that. The state of California has defined a long-term learner at between 6 and 7 years, depending on what you're looking at. All the academic research says it takes 7 years to acquire academic English. So there's a little bit of compliance not following research, right? If you are brand new to us and you've never had any English, the research says that it takes an average person 7 years.
But that's coming in as an adult, no?
That's just
as a child, like say you come in as a kindergartner.
That's academic language and that's the average child.
So my 7th grader is just now getting academic English because he came in.
If your 7th grader came in as a 1st grader with another language and never had any English at home until 1st grade, and it was average, I mean, everybody's a little bit different. I think we in this demographic have above average performers across the board. So I don't know our average rate. I will look that up and I'll try and find that for you and send it to you in one of the weeklies. I can tell you that having, whether it's 44, 45, or 21 kiddos hit that 7-year mark, we have 360 to 420 new ELs every single year. This is not the average. The fact that of the 21 that I'm looking at, because I can be 100% sure that I'm looking at correct data, 16 of them have serious IEP designations.
Yeah.
Tells me it's not so much the language acquisition, it's potentially other things. And the state only in the last 2 years have allowed us to use an alternate LPAC for some of these kiddos.
Yeah. And so our most cognitively impacted students who are on that list were given the general initial LPAC to identify them as an English learner 7 years ago. And now, 3 years ago is when we started. This is the 4th year that we're administering the alternate summative. And this was the 2nd year that we were able to administer the initial alternate LPAC. So it's just in these past few years that our most impacted students are being given an appropriate test.
Right. So I think what it shines light on is we have some work to do both locally and at the state level to really make sure we are serving our students in a way that makes sense and identifying them with an assessment that's appropriate. So like, not to make light, but when I look at that, I really do see 6 kids who are currently LTELs. Because when I look at them, I'm like, there's really no reason that's obvious. We need to dig into what's going on. Are we not taking the test seriously? Are we really quiet kids and the teachers don't even know that you're behind? Like, what's going on?
Too good?
Good, thank you.
I think I have what I'm gonna say are simple questions. So that means I'm not digging.
Let us be the judge.
Exactly. Thinking like this is not sleuthing. You started off by, I'm trying to understand the experience of the topics we're talking about. You started off by talking about how some don't want to get tested, and just want to make sure I understand that. Like, why would somebody not want to get tested?
Because I think there's a stigma that I don't want you to label my child as an English learner.
Yeah, but so it's not. Yeah, there's no impact actually beyond that. It's just maybe a misunderstanding.
I mean, that's anecdotal from my experience as a teacher, from my experience as a principal. I think Kristen's done a good job educating families. We get fewer requests every year.
I think I got one.
Yeah,
Okay.
like the education is working. We want to know who you are and we want to provide services. And if your child doesn't need it, they're not gonna, that's it. It's one time.
There's no actual negative impact to the label.
No.
You said like you're working on absenteeism, which I think you maybe answered. Does that mean you're just like looking at how do you notify people? Is that all that means?
We're working on, I'm sorry.
Absenteeism, you said like working
Absenteeism,
on it,
excuse me,
like,
yes.
does that mean just working on how people are notified on like? I think it's
There's different actions happening at different schools depending on their rates.
Yeah.
So Cipriani, for example, last year they were identified for targeted support because they had a higher rate of chronic absenteeism amongst a particular group. Mrs. Walters reached out specifically to those families, each one of them, and invited them for school coffees and helped them make, right? Like she did the personal outreach to the demographic that had the higher rate, but she also, as a school, implemented celebrations for the positive of like everybody who has 100% attendance for this week, this month. She had posters on their doors, right? So each of the schools really are doing things a little bit differently. From a district level, what's consistent is tightening up our processes.
And to make the connection to counseling, attendance is under their umbrella. And so the counselors, that's another conversation we're having is like, what is the way in which counselors support an increase in attendance for our chronically absent kiddos? Like, how can they tap into that SEL piece of why they're not coming to school?
You said we're now designated differentiated assistants. But what does that mean in the sense of like what's different from last year? Is it just these numbers or was something else that?
These two metrics are what put us in differentiated assistance. The requirement is that we have specific action items in our LCAP this year addressing those two metrics. And if in the spring of 25 with new testing data and new absenteeism data, our scores go up and we're out of the red, then we are released from differentiated assistance. So it's a little bit wonky in timing in that we're identified in December. We're making a plan during the spring till May. And by June, we could potentially have data that say we don't need to worry because whatever we've done this year has worked. Although honestly, it's like the dyslexia screener. You may not be dyslexic but you're still at the 8th percentile. Like we're still gonna be supporting and we're still gonna be doing other things.
Last one, I think, you mentioned the like timeframe of reclassification. In my head, I want to believe it's not the case, but is it possible that we have students who are doing this like summative testing and CAF testing like in the same week?
So what we know,
we separate it. They're not
here.
Yeah.
So the LPAC window opens the first Monday in February.
Right.
And so what we do, our strategy is we start with our oldest kids. One, because we don't want them to have assessment fatigue by the time CASP comes around.
Right.
But two, also, we want our littlest to have as much time as they can to really develop their language. So we get the most accurate view of their progress. So no, they're not. Most students, there's 4 areas that they get tested in, reading, writing, listening, and speaking. And some kids, they maybe will take 1 or 2, they're called domains. They'll take 1 or 2 domains and come back another day and take another 2. Some kids can do it all in one setting. And the test examiners are really good at monitoring, especially as they get younger too, to make sure that they're not just like clicking through the test. And rarely that happens. And what we can do is we can go to the testing gods and say, we need this test to be reopened because of whatever the reason, and we can reopen it if needed. So, but that rarely happens. I think that's happened like once in the 5 years I've done it, but the test examiners have gotten really good.
Yeah.
And making sure we're not rushing kids through.
The third benefit we start with the, 8th grade and going down early February is so that we can get their scores back.
Right.
Because we are trying to make sure if you are still in EL when you are in 8th grade, we can see your LPAC score before you leave. Because if you hit a 4 on LPAC this year, we want to make sure you are redesignated as an RFEP before we pass you on to high school. This was the conversation. It's not that it changes per se the language, the classes that are available to them.
Right.
But a 9th grader coming in with a label changes the teacher perception of the kid's ability. So we want to remove that barrier. And so we start with our oldest kids, partially for that. And then we save our kid youngest till the end, because K-1-2 is not taking state testing. It's one-on-one. And I want to measure your progress from September to May, not September to February.
Yeah. I think my question is more around, you mentioned like well, test fatigue and like the stats say that they're perhaps by virtue of language, maybe not performing well in reading and math. And if in a short amount of time, I'm testing on all the things that I'm not great at. That was, anyway, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. We cleared the room. As we always do.
Dean, we're gonna go to a public hearing on the CalShape ventilation grant program. We're gonna hear from CBO Matsumoto first to start out our public hearing.
Very much. Good evening, trustees. This is the first of my 4,000-page slides that I have for you tonight.
Get comfortable.
First up is the CalShape ventilation grant. So a little bit of history on this when I can get the clicker to work. Okay. Basically, the California Energy Commission created 2 grants. There's the CalShape plumbing grant and the CalShape ventilation grant. We were approached by LifeWings Peak Performance, which is basically a firm that helps public entities go after these fundings for specific projects. For us, given our state of our HVAC systems and the fact that we do not have thermostats that were equipped with CO2 monitors, they said, this is a great use of the funding. You guys definitely qualify. Let's help you guys get the money for it. So all in all, the projects that they've lined up for this basically are cost neutral to the district. So they've created a project scope that goes along with how much money that we would get from this grant. There are 3 things as part of this grant that would happen. One is an assessment of our current HVAC systems through PacWest or Pacific West. You wouldn't believe how many companies are called Pacific West, by the way. It was very difficult to find this logo. The second is installing thermostats with CO2 monitors attached to them. So one is setting up the sensor in the room, but currently none of our thermostats in the district have a CO2 monitoring system. So this would really help upgrade them. And then the third is ordering more filters. So as you know, as part of our bond projects, addressing our HVAC systems and getting new ones in there are also on there. So LifeWings has already spoken to DTA, who helped us basically scope out some of these projects. And they've made sure that none of the portion of this ventilation grant would overlap in a negative way. So we wouldn't be doing double work as part of this. And especially with the filters, right? We can keep them on hand if we think our current filters are good enough to last us until when our ventilation projects would take place. Or they can replace them right now and we could swap them out when we get our new HVAC system in a couple months as well. I sense questions.
I thought we already had MERV 13 filters in most of the schools. There are some of them that can't push the 13, but I thought currently we already have them in there.
I believe we have them, but this is getting more filters in the case that we need. We need
so it's
them
just like
restocking supplies, etc.
Okay.
Because the parts of this grant basically stipulate that you can use the money for these filters, And so as part of,
Not as all
potential,
that.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
And then my other question was around you said that they talked with DTA already. Does that mean that the estimate that we were given for our tranche one project does not include this? So when we were talking before, we were like, oh, maybe we can save some money from the HVAC. That is not the case.
A little bit. If I have to be very accurate, there's some overlap. So for example, right, the DTA projects do not estimate us putting in CO2 monitors, right, or replacing thermostats. That's actually basically half of the program cost here, right? So that stuff is happening separately of the DTA stuff.
Oh, right.
So
but
if
what we have before,
right, there
we're
is
not-
a little bit of cost savings. I think probably roughly about $300,000 if I had to, give like a rough estimate right now. And that is basically from some of the assessment work and then also from some of the filters as well.
Okay.
Great. Last slide is just a quick timeline. So the application went out early in 2024. The funding results came out in November, and LifeWings basically has been working on this and is the board approval, and then site assessments would start hopefully later this month or in April. We've talked with LifeWings about this, and I think one of the main things is how much disruption would this cause to our schools? And basically they've said they can be flexible. They can come either before school starts. They can, most of these projects in general will not be very invasive, but they'll work with our principals and work after school hours basically to make sure that this is as non-invasive as possible. Questions?
Process thing. Are you done? In theory, this is supposed to be a public hearing. Should I officially open it? All right. I almost stopped you earlier. I'm gonna open the public hearing. Ms. Ellinger, other speakers who would like to address the board?
President Bruno, there are not.
Seeing as there are none, I'm going to close the public hearing. And now the board can ask questions.
So President Bruno, just for the record, the public hearing was opened at 8:37 and closed at 8:38.
That's generous.
Rounded.
And now we would begin discussion, questions, things like that. Karen, go for it.
My other question was around the site assessments. Would
Sure.
it be possible to tag along for one or two?
I do not see why not. Once they start scheduling things, I'd be happy to relay that to you and you can see if you can transfer as many or as little as you'd like.
Go get him, Shelley.
I think it'd be great to have your expertise and your passion for this, especially when they're doing things. So please, by all means.
Just with the CO2 monitoring, does the company, do they provide guidelines for like what is the optimal level of CO2 and like what actions to take if you notice that your room is not at an optimal level? Yeah.
Actually, a fun fact is that all of our thermostats are actually controlled centrally by a company called Energy ETC. They're based out of the East Bay. They are constantly monitoring all of our thermostats. And, let's just say if Dan is in a room, Superintendent DeGuara is in a room, and he says, this is a little bit too toasty for me, he can contact Energy ETC, which will help adjust the thermostat for them. So they are constantly monitoring all of our systems. So they would basically take the brunt of, monitoring and seeing, okay, whoa, this is CO2 level is starting to look high. And they would alert both the sites themselves and also us.
Can I ask the question? That's what they do with it? That's what they're doing with the, I thought it was, all right, go ahead.
Are you sure? Do you wanna?
I can come back.
Well, I just am curious, so the example that you just gave, like, is that how it works right now? You can't just walk to the thermostat and like push the.
No, you cannot. So it's part of a legislation, I believe, that came out by the state of California, basically to try and save more energy within school districts. And so there's you have to set a temperature range, right, that things can be at. So you're allowed, I believe there's flexibility within that range, but if you want to go outside of that range, then you have to contact it. So it's not like.
Okay, I was like, why are we?
And it's 62 degrees and you're saying, oh, I want to make it 65 or 70. And then, the thermostat is stuck, right? There's a relatively wide range that's
Okay.
set to make it comfortable. It's just some people actually prefer temperatures outside that range. And so that's where we work with Energy ETC to make sure, okay, like this particular teacher would like this room a lot colder than, perhaps the range is set at.
I see. Okay. That makes way more sense. Thank
Sorry,
you.
yes, that is a great question.
Okay.
Clarifying that.
So then with the CO2 monitoring,
Great.
my understanding was that once it hit a certain ppm threshold, that it would then cause the HVAC system to start pumping in fresh air to pull down that CO2 level. Is that not what's going to happen with our CO2 monitors? Is that why I've got to use this?
I do not have the answer to that. I think
They have it, or is? do we have to-
with LifeWings, I 100% assure you LifeWings has the answer to that, so I can go
I
ask
will
them
look
that.
forward to it.
Yeah, Matsumoto, I believe I asked that question to DTA specifically. And if I recall, because I was specifically asking, when we think about filtration, there's kind of that acceptable standard in schools. And I said, how do we, like, is it hospital level that we're looking for? What's the standard between? And the response that I recall receiving was code now actually talks about CO2 monitoring and how it interacts with the main unit, so that it does turn things on and switch and activates fans and whatnot. I'm way butchering the terminology and mechanics, I'm sure. But that was my understanding, that it does do that, and that's part of the point of having it. We will confirm that though for the board.
But if they have it, I'll ask them at the site assessment.
Any other questions?
I'm very excited about this site.
I kind of want to go just to watch.
Yes.
Okay, this is an action item. I would put a motion for the board to approve contract award to Cal Shape Services to Pacific West Energy Solutions.
Moved. Second.
And a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays, speak now. Because there are none, motion passes. It is approved. And move to item number 14. So Matsumoto is going to stay in the same seat. And our second interim fiscal solvency report.
I will move a little bit closer for. Good afternoon again, trustees. So second interim, what is the goal of the second interim? Second interim gives us basically the second update about halfway through the year of expenditures and helps us get a better sense of where we're going to end the year at. All right, there's a lot of words on this slide. I will summarize it in 3 concise points. Okay, point number 1, we are on pace to run a $4.6 million deficit for this year. That is roughly on target for what we are trying to do here generally from a long-term strategic plan. Right? We have built up reserves. We are deficit spending right now. Our revenue will even out with our expenditures eventually. Again, long-term strategy, we're right on point. Second thing, the really big thing that we're focused on right now is supplemental tax. I will cover this a little bit more later. But we've received some conflicting reports from the assessor's office and the county versus, what common logic would probably have you think about the supplemental tax. We're pulling all the stops out at this point to try and answer the question. It's relatively pertinent for, our revenues in the future. And the last thing is, as we look towards the future, we've begun budgeting for next year. So we have enrollment projections out to all the principals right now. Budget tools for each of the individual sites will go out very soon. And we've been having conversations with all of the central office members as well to work on their budgets for next year. So that is all happening. Okay, here is my slide that basically says, if we think we're going to run a $4.6 million deficit, how truthful is that? If this red dotted line is significantly above there, then I would say we are not going to be we're going to be much further above 4.6. If we're below, it means we're going to come in much under 4.6, right? So the fact that this red dotted line is on the blue historical lines here means that it looks as of right now that we will end the year at a $4.6 million deficit. So this is really just answering how comfortable do we feel with that number and how are we getting there, and what does it look like compared to historical years? Okay, so first, talking about revenues. The big thing here, right, is we've made an adjustment based on what we currently know for the supplemental taxes. Again, I will talk about that in a little bit. It's a little bit of a loaded question. The other thing here is we've adjusted our parcel tax revenues to adjust for the 3% COLA that is built into the parcel tax language as well. And we've emailed the county assessor's office just to double check that they're giving us the extra 3% this year. This is the supplemental tax slide. I'll come back here actually real fast after I just give the overview of expenditures. So on the expenditure side, we are monitoring this. Each of our different sites may make some budget changes throughout the year. But generally, we've adjusted it a little bit downwards for the second interim based on what we're currently seeing from staffing, and overall what we're currently seeing from some of our material spends. This is supplies, this is instruction materials, et cetera, et cetera. And based on that, both the revenues and the expenditures have come down very slightly. The net change from the first interim is that our deficit has decreased by $200,000. So in the first interim, we're projecting a $4.8 million deficit, and now we're at 4.6. Okay, let's talk supplemental taxes. Okay, so as of right now, we are budgeting for not only this year, but the future, as if we do not have supplemental taxes. So the way that the adage goes is when you become a basic aid district, you lose your supplemental taxes, right? Now, I think ideally when you think of that, it's, you switch and then it's gone, poof, right? So we
supplemental tax.
Once I will get there, 1 second. For us, our supplemental taxes, we flipped in the 22-23 school year. And so by all accounts, you would think that that year would actually be the final year. And in 23-24, we would have not received any supplemental taxes. Well, lo and behold, we find out that supplemental taxes are doled out on a lagging basis. And so we ended up receiving supplemental taxes not only in 22-23, but also 23-24. And thus, now we're here in 24-25, there are zero supplemental taxes or very little supplemental taxes. And this is where the county says, great, you are done with supplemental taxes, you're a basic aid district, that makes sense. Okay, so what is a supplemental tax? So let's just say Trustee Bruno bought a house in 1950 for $100. Based on the 2% growth rule, right? The max that the county is allowed to levy tax on his house is, $100 and then $102 and then 102 times, an extra 2% on that over and over and over and over again. So now fast forward to 2025, Trustee Bruno is paying a marginal amount of property taxes against what his house is actually worth. Maybe his house is worth $3 million right now. If Trustee Bruno decides to sell his house, let's say to Trustee Northrup for a hefty $3 million, there's a big increase in the amount of property tax that is collected for that specific parcel, right? That becomes your supplemental tax. And so if there are basically two types of taxes for the sake of simplicity, there's supplemental tax and then your general property taxes, right? So again, right now, we are being told that the supplemental tax goes poof, which is okay. That makes sense. But theoretically, if you think about this logically, it's not that Trustee Bruno's house disappears, right? Just because he sold the house does not mean that in the following year, when our supplemental tax is gone, his house no longer exists, right? And herein lies kind of the disconnect between what we are being told and what logically you would think. Because logically, you would think in the year following, even if the supplemental tax is gone, Trustee Bruno's house would be counted in the larger assessed values when you think about the whole Belmont community, right? So the idea is, okay, well, we may lose the supplemental tax for 1 year, but eventually all those supplemental taxes should be converted into your larger tax base. And again, as of right now, that is not what we were being told. We were being told that the supplemental just disappears completely and that the rest of the tax base just grows by a rough percent each year. So this is the specific thing that we're trying to investigate right now. Again, logic would tell you that basically you would get the money eventually, right? trustees Bruno House would be in the larger tax base, one way or another. And
Take some time. There's like a lag, I think. Could that be?
if I had to guess, there would be a lag, but I don't believe that the lag would be greater than 1 year, right?
It might be, because, I mean, I don't know if you want to get into the weeds with it, but like, when, I purchased a house in Belmont, and, for the first year, almost over a year, we paid the taxes on the original assessed value. So it wasn't until, more than a year, maybe even almost 2 full years, that then the tax bill caught up to the new assessed value.
But basically, so from my understanding, the supplemental tax is not, you are part of kind of like that assess the larger value until the day where the tax bill comes in and it's being assessed off the new value, the value that you purchased it. So that one-time increase is the supplemental tax. It only happens one time. It's not that your house continues to be counted as supplemental tax every year forward, right? And it's not that the change between, the assessed valuation and what, it was before happens over time. It's kind of, at some point it happens.
Yeah, right.
That singular point is basically where the supplemental tax comes. Right. So that's kind of why I don't believe that it would take more than a year essentially for, that supplemental tax to be redistributed into the larger tax base. That makes sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I just, like, I'm in the same boat as you, where like what they're saying doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So long story short, to summarize everything up, right? What happens if we either get it or we don't get it? If we don't get the supplemental tax, we are very fortunate enough to be in a good enough financial position where it'll be fine. The supplemental tax, if I had to estimate it, should be roughly $2.5 million, which is not nothing, right? But basically, if we receive the money or not, it either lengthens or shortens the amount of time we have to run deficits. If we receive the money, we have a longer runway. If we don't receive the money, it's a little bit of a shorter runway, right? But again, we are in a good financial position, and so it's not really an issue for say that we should be pulling alarms or anything about, but it's definitely an answer that we are trying to get quickly because it will help us financial plan for the years forward. It will not affect this year at all. So even if we got the answer that yes, the supplemental tax converts into your larger tax base, it doesn't change our revenues for this year, right? Our revenues will still stay the same because this is the year that our supplemental taxes really just go to zero, right? But as we think about 25, 26 and onwards, that's really where all the money is going to come back into play. Just thinking about our multi-year projections, right, and where we are going from here. As I mentioned earlier, we have built up reserves, and we are planning to spend down those reserves over time. And again, this picture changes a little bit depending on the supplemental tax as well, but we are planning on running deficits for the next couple of years, and eventually, our revenues will catch up with our expenditures. Again, given that our enrollment is declining, right? Even if we were to keep our expenditures roughly at the same amount over time, that would result in increased per pupil amounts for each of our schools. Next steps. So the next thing that is coming for us is the budget, which I believe will be brought to the board for the initial public hearing, I believe, in May, and then the official approval will come in June. So as I mentioned earlier, we're working on that right now for the 25-26 school year. And the very last thing I have for you is a fun little slide on the instructional or the arts, music, and instructional materials grant. So this is a little bit non sequitur from the second interim presentation.
Sorry, no.
But the state of California requires that we have a publicly presented plan on the arts, music, and instructional materials grant. So a little bit of history about this. We received this grant in the 22-23 school year. So we got all of the money up front. So there is no more money coming in for this grant. We just need to spend it down. And the reason why we haven't spent the money, against this grant in the last couple years is because we had so much stimulus money that had a expiring deadline before this specific grant. So now, Assistant Superintendent Hu and I have gone together and figured out basically what are the applicable expenses that would go on this grant. One thing to make clear, this is different than Prop 28 money. And so not to conflate the two programs, this is just an individual grant doled out by the state. And it has a wide variety of uses. One of them is operational costs, which the language is relatively vague on. So with that, with my presentation, I will now take any questions.
What is summer school?
It's our summer Power Scholars Academy for ELOP. For the ELOP eligible students.
You may be curious as to why there's 250K in 1 year, and then it's because of the way summer school happens and when all the expenses are collected. So our expenses for this summer would happen within the grant timeline. Our expenses for next summer would not happen within the grant timeline. So
I just want to mention real quick, when these dollars came out, they were originally titled Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials. At that time, there was a lot of conflicting interests and conflicting programs and things that were programs that were being adjusted. And the governor's solution to all the stuff that was happening was to just make these funds incredibly flexible for districts to use as they need, while still maintaining the arts, music, and instructional materials grant title. So oftentimes these got confused with Prop $28, but lots of flexibility within these dollars to support art, music, and other things that were cut at the time.
So summer school is, that's not just art, music, right? I mean, if it's ELOP, then it's.
So.
Or how does that?
Because of.
Qualifies under this.
Yeah, it still qualifies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Broad flexibility.
Other stuff.
That's the broad flexibility.
And then the 250, I understand it doesn't make the cutoff for the following year, but then wouldn't that 250 get added into anything, or to make up the 2.4, it's really a one-time kind of year thing? Or like, wouldn't it get added to one of the categories that can make the cutoff?
Well, it's because so a lot of the operational costs are people.
Right.
And their salaries would get paid out in July and or August.
Right.
But the expenditures need to be incurred by the June 30th, 2026, right?
So,
yeah, so it does. So the expenditures that you see here, the 250 are, I mean, it's really this year's summer, right? So it's summer 2025.
right, I got that. Maybe
I think it
Yeah.
probably is added in.
all the other categories, pension increases are exactly the same. So if summer school doesn't make it, because I understand what you're saying, the cutoff, then wouldn't that 250 be added into one of the other categories? Added on top of?
There's
There's
a total bucket of dollars, $2.4 million in this bucket. And these are the allocations.
To make up the 2.4.
For that 2.4.
Yeah, that was my second, that was my question.
Summer school, remember there's lots of different buckets
Okay.
that a program might be paid through.
Okay.
So summer program will be paid through a different bucket or allocation.
Okay, so we don't have that 250 for the 25-26, because again, like I was saying, the answer is that it all adds up. That what we see adds up to the 2.4.
Yes.
So even if
exactly.
even if summer school qualified and you could accept the receipt, it still would be zero because we've run out of the funds.
Exactly.
That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I guess, some of this money with music and art teachers, how does it coincide with Prop 28? If it's going away, the Prop 28 funds it by itself, will cover, like this is supplementing those dollars or how are we? How is it being kind of in sync?
Right. So long story short, right? Think about it as we have expenditures that we were making as a district from year to year, right? And we allocate the funds on top of that, right? For the Prop $28, which I don't believe is nearly as much as this on a per year basis, right? We move it to other arts and music things. There are still more expenditures within arts and music that we're spending as a district, right? We're just putting enough on it basically to fill this grant. So we've basically looked at the entire picture and there's still enough left over to cover the Prop 28 money as well.
Okay.
In addition to this money.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other question?
No, I don't have it.
Trustee Northup?
Thank you. Just a clarifying question, just from where the district gets all of our funding. So most of our funding is LCFF, and then we do get a small amount. I'm looking at slide 7. We do get a small amount of federal revenue. I was just wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about what we get from the federal government and you know, what you foresee or what may happen with that.
Yeah. So a large part of our federal money is mostly title money. It's title money and it's specific dollars allocated towards SPED, right? And as a district, you know, if I have to think as a whole, it's those two specific sources of money, then also our meal program. Those are really the only 3 things that are federally funded. Okay. You know, thinking about your larger policy question, I think I may have alluded to this in another board meeting, but I've talked to you know, someone I know at Westlake, which is kind of a policy think tank. I always mess up that word. And really, so what would happen if these, you know, those funds went away? You know, we would be okay. I think Governor Newsom has talked about potentially floating it for a couple of years. Should the funding go away. I think we are in a good enough financial position where, you know, even without potentially having the money floated, we'd be able to figure it out. Again, very luckily, when you look at all this money, this is roughly 1.2 million of a $60-ish million budget, right? So again, we are extremely fortunate that a large part of our money is coming from property taxes, which is a very, very stable source, right? So again, to answer your question, we have an eye on it. I think a lot of it really relates to how Congress votes on some of the things that are coming out in the next couple weeks, next couple months. But we will be ultimately fine. Again, we are in a very good financial position. It's not a lot of money in comparison to our larger revenue sources. And generally, we have basic aid, we're property tax funded, which not many districts in California are able to have that, and we are extremely fortunate to be in basic aid funded.
Thank you.
Trustee Tang?
I'm good.
Is there anything, again, you might have answered all the questions, I still feel compelled to ask it. Is there anything else that you're kind of generally concerned about or watching, forecasting? I mean, we talked about government, but stock market, companies we work with that are maybe changing or buildings coming in the neighborhood, anything else that you're like, think that might impact the next year or two that you're?
You know, I think there's a potential for, you know, a lot of things to happen. Yeah. I think the only thing that may affect us, you know, more than others is if, you know, property values in the area stagnate for some way or another.
So no reason to like.
Yeah. But again, the way we budget is relatively conservative, especially when we think about our property taxes. Based on what we've seen in the last couple of years, property taxes in the area have grown by roughly, you know, 4-ish to 5-ish%. Right now, we're only projecting 3 to 3.5% because, you know, right now it's a very uncertain time. And we'd rather be nicely surprised by, you know, a larger than 3%, you know, growth of our annual tax base than, you know, disappointed by the results. So.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Have you thought about looking back to like 2008 numbers? Just to get a feel during that time, like
I haven't spent a lot of time with the data, but I believe I looked and property taxes in this area were roughly unaffected.
okay.
I don't believe there are a lot of people here taking out, ARMs, like the adjustable rate mortgages on a lot of the properties over here. So generally, our tax base has been strong and hasn't been affected by any of the economic downturns in the last 20 years. But still, right?
Yeah.
We do have to be a little bit conservative and approach this, with a fair amount of skepticism, and just in case anything happens. Yeah.
Okay, so an action item. A motion to approve the second interim fiscal solvency report for 2024-2025 and certify that the Belmont-Redwood School District will be able to meet its financial obligations through June 30th, 2025 as presented.
So moved.
That's what I'm talking about. Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? There are none.
You're like an auctioneer, like that.
Right?
I got some more, can I get that?
Gotta get the facts.
I know. Thank you, CBO. Good job. Item number 15, future board meeting agenda items.
Yes, so coming up, we're showing two meetings, both in April 17th. Central will be our highlight school. We'll be doing some traditional credential waivers and declarations of need. That is a standard items. We'll have a bond update. We should have some new information to share for that meeting. Hopefully we'll be bringing forth a recommendation for a construction project manager to oversee bond work in the district for the near future. We have a 2x2x2 debrief. So 2x2x2, this one is BRSSD, Redwood City, and Belmont. I just want to express my thanks to both city agencies for making this a priority and adjusting schedules. So if they're listening out there, thank you, thank you. This is on Tuesday. I was like Monday to Tuesday. I am collecting topics for that meeting. You can feel free to throw them out here or shoot them to me via email. Trustee Bruno and Trustee Koss are part of that 2x2x2. One thing I know that we'll want to discuss with them is our Tranche 1 projects and identify if there's any shared interests that we may have, especially when it comes to field use.
Yes.
So I'll add that to the agenda, but if there's anything else that you see now, feel free to voice it or shoot me an email this weekend. Nothing that comes to mind.
Well, okay, so I'll in lieu of that, I understand a little bit around for the Parks and Rec. Like what is their maintenance schedule? Like they've taken that on. Anecdotally, I've heard, from the stakeholders, different things. And so I would just like to know what are they actually doing and when do they do it? That would be helpful.
Perfect. We can do that.
Okay.
And I will align with CBO Matsumoto to align what we expect. And then we can kind of compare that to.
Oh, good. Great.
Yeah.
Because we haven't seen the contract, so we don't know what the service agreement is.
Yeah. It's been a while since I visited it as well.
Cool. Thank you.
I know generally speaking, there's a water split. They take care of mowing and topical maintenance, not deep maintenance. I use sinkholes. But we'll circle back on that. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
And then, sorry, just randomly thought of it. Just when you guys are having the 2x2x2, I sometimes just hear about things that are going on in the city, which I don't know that we've been told
through school district. So for example, to have this make sense, although this is the county, I believe, the Belmont Library is going to be undergoing a major
Yeah, I just found that
renovation.
out.
Exactly,
Really,
exactly.
yeah.
So as I said, that further complicates it because the library, even though it's the Belmont Library, is actually the San Mateo County Library in Belmont. So anyway, just seeing if there can be more communication about these other government entities
Yeah.
and things that are going on.
Good call.
Yes, that actually is an agenda item that they've already put on the agenda because I see it being developed. So I know that is on the agenda. Just informational, Parks and Rec did reach out to me probably about a month ago, asking me about space availability, and I told them of course, Ralston's able to support as needed. We can use the Facilitron and whatnot. It sounds like they had primary facilities at Barrett and Carlmont to help folks help accommodate whatever's happening at the library. Yeah.
Well, also because it's such a feeder ground for those students to have study time and collaborate. If they could do it at their own building.
Yeah.
I agree.
So we'll touch base on that one. And then we have, in all likelihood, we will have our CSBA March policy update. We'll have new policies for you for a first read. Again, remembering first read is everybody's first look. We adopt a month later and have that time to make any changes or adjustments. The next item we're showing is the April 24th board retreat. I'm excited that board governance is one of our primary pieces. Last few meetings that's gotten bumped for other pressing matters. One other thing that I will probably add, we've been doing as we do forward planning for projections and budgeting. I'll probably be talking with the board a little bit about enrollment patterns district wide. So probably add that to the agenda as well.
Great.
And that's it. Happy to.
Right. I call this meeting to close at 9:13. We are not reconvening.
Need a motion?
No
motion.
Hand it up. Do I have a motion? To close.
I don't know, do I?
This meeting, I told you it's gonna happen.
I motion that this meeting is closed.
Can I have a second. All in favor, please say aye. Any nays, speak up now. The ayes have it. It is still 9:13. You're not getting.